The PUBG Mobile Campus Championships are back and now better than ever here for the fall of 2024. It's our semifinals. I'm Time Delight. Joined alongside me here is DK for 6 maps in 2 separate lobbies of Play DK. We've got a lot of schools in front of us, most of which we'll cover in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I think we're in for quite a bit of an exciting time here, as you've mentioned already. It's going to be the semi-finals to see 2 groups of teams bash it out to see who's going to be making it through into said finals. So, yeah, as we saw in the previous season, right, there's quite a bit of competition coming in between these colleges. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what we will be having on the battlefields today.
Yeah, we've got a few maps in front of us for both of our lobbies. Each lobby will have the top 8 teams go and play in 2 weeks' time, November 2nd and 3rd. They'll play 3 games each day, and the overall winner will also, I believe, still get a pass into PMSL qualifiers. So we keep that over from our previous season. It's kind of nice to have that direct avenue into semi-professional or professional play.
Yeah, it's the top 2 teams that are going to be granted that opportunity to go play in the PMSL America Spring 2025 qualifiers. So, I mean, there's quite a bit on the line here, as you've already mentioned. We had that in the previous season, and we did see 2 of the teams, of course, make it into there, play their way through the qualifiers. One of the teams did really well. The other one could maybe use a little bit more practice, but of course, you know, that's why we're here, right? Opportunity for the teams to improve, to get better. And I mean, just looking at the kind of pacing that we've seen over the seasons, how the teams have progressively gotten better. I mean, we're definitely starting to see a good development, starting to really solidify with these teams.
Yeah, and we're also seeing some individuals play differently through the qualifiers. I was looking at some of our statistics. Obviously, we don't have VODs from the qualifiers. We unfortunately did not stream those. But seeing each individual set of qualifier for some of these teams, you can see a lot play for kills, but some play for more consistency in terms of placements. We've covered that for both of our previous 2 semesters here in the PMCC. It's that different play style that can really catch out teams, especially when it comes down to the final game of each group. Sometimes you're not expecting one team to just go out and hold W or hold their left thumb forward. It's a mobile game.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Sometimes that is exactly what you need to do. And as we know, the teams already, they've you know, kind of grinded their way through quite a bit of the qualifiers, right? We've had 3 days of qualifiers for the teams to eventually make it up to this point. So I'm expecting to see a lot more refinement coming through as the teams are going to be stepping into those semis. And as you've already mentioned, the stats, they look pretty good from what we've had, but I want to see an improvement on that, right? I want to see those MVPs really trying to push it as hard as they can here today.
And the one nice thing is after every single game, we'll see some MVPs individually. We'll see the biggest team, even if it is not the winner chicken dinner team. I believe it's the team that gets the most points from the game, both placement and kills. And then when we get into the leaderboard, we'll see how each individual team is stacked up. I do want to talk about how big this is for PUBG Mobile in terms of the campus esports scene, because this is not only holding here on stream, but we're covering this on social media, across on X or Twitter if you really want to go there. We've got the YouTube and the Twitch going. Now, notably, Playfly and Nace have split up. This used to be on the Nace Star League Twitch. We're now on Playfly. So something to keep in mind if you're on the YouTube thinking, where is this on Twitch? Playfly GG.
Well, speaking about where is this, of course, you can also find us over on social media. We've got the Instagram, the X, Twitter, as you've mentioned, as well as the YouTube, and of course the Discord right on there. So get involved, get your likes in, get your subscriptions in, and of course you'll stay up to date with everything happening, not only in the campus championship, but in the rest of the region as well.
Yeah, importantly, when we get into the finals a couple weeks from now, we'll really start to cover some more intricate natures of each of these teams now that we've seen them play in 3 maps apiece, or we would have seen them play in 3 maps apiece by the time we get there. I'm really excited to see maybe some of these schools that have 2 or 3 rosters. We used to see Centennial College, who had 3 or 4 rosters back in the spring of this year. This year, it's only a couple with multiple rosters. I believe Seneca College has a couple, and if I remember correctly, so too does Coquitlam, but we'll see maybe in the second stage when we get there.
Yeah, well, we'll see pretty soon exactly how that one is going to break out, of course. And speaking of breakouts, of course, the teams are going to be playing for their share of our amazing prize pools. You can see first place is going to be awarding the team $6,000 rather dollars. That was 600 with an extra 0 at the end, right? Gets you to 6,000. So pretty decent payout coming through there. Of course, works its way all the way down to 4th place, which is going to award the teams a grand. And then 5th to 6th place is going to be worth $500 a piece as well. Now, of course, this is the prize pool, I believe, moving towards the finals. Right.
So we're not playing any money games today.
The teams are going to be trying to just get their butts in those seats to fill up for the grand finals itself. So there's going to be a lot of grinding coming in here, but I think this is a very decent chunk of change for the teams to work with.
Yeah, and once we get there, I mean, the conversation of how much money is each point worth is really a factor, but we'll see at least a look at the teams that are playing for that money, or a chance to play for the money. You'll also see these teams referred to as their team name. For instance, University of California, Davis is the Mavericks, so on and so forth. I'll go into a little bit more when we slow things down in the game itself, but there are a lot of teams here from Canada, and a lot from Ontario specifically. We've got a couple British Columbia teams, and surprisingly, Valencia College all the way down in Orlando, Florida.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's you could definitely say that these teams are from all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least within the North American region, because, well, we're in the North America territory, so it makes perfect sense. But a few familiar names indeed, and of course a few curious names that I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to be performing once they set foot out on the battlefield. Of course, if we look back into the qualifiers, you're talking about the University of California, Davis, right? The Mavericks. I mean, they were just, well, especially Drizzy was just locking in those elims, walking away with a grand total of 29 eliminations across the qualifiers. So that in and of itself is pretty dang impressive.
Those 29, by the way, are higher than some team totals across all 3 qualifiers. That's just something to keep in mind. So look for UCD to go for absolute gold in terms of just rushing it down. I believe Drizzy is also the full lobby leader in both semifinals in terms of eliminations out of the qualifiers. I'll get a fact check on that in a couple minutes. But these teams are stepping up, and we're seeing individuals show up. Others, we're seeing full squads show up. I think it was Kwantlen Polytechnic I was looking at earlier. I'm going to clarify for myself before I start bringing up the point. Yeah, Kwantlen Polytechnic had very good consistency in terms of placement points. They had 31 through 3 qualifiers, and because they weren't really going for elimination points, they only had 43 through the 3 qualifiers. The fact they had consistent placement, 12 in the first qualifier, 10 in the second, and 9 in the third, really is the reason they are in this semifinal today.
I mean, the hard work pays off at the end of the day, but, you know, it is far from over because, well, they first got to get through the trials and tribulations that today is going to hold for them. And as we know, the teams are going to have to kind of grind their way through 3 separate matches. So there's going to be quite a bit of excitement. Of course, we do have a very interesting rotation coming through with those as well. And we'll get into the map rotation in a short little bit to see exactly what these teams will have to deal with. But now this is where I've got to ask you, DTL, like, do you think we're going to be seeing a major change up through the semis today in comparison to what we had with the qualifiers? Or do you think the teams that really shone in the qualifiers are going to kind of just continue with that trend moving through today's games?
So there are always situations where a team will farm squads in the qualifiers, and those squads they farmed obviously haven't made it to this point. We'll see if that is the case today. I feel like University of California Davis is still going to be playing more towards their eliminations, but maybe not to the same extreme. We'll take a look at the maps that we are playing here today. As we start off this set of 3 maps, I want to talk about the first because I feel like that could be the real trendsetter. Not only because obviously it's the first map, but I mean, we're going to Vikendi to kick things off, and we're only seeing Vikendi as its own type one time. I feel like it's drastically different than both Erangel and Miramar. Yeah, it's a slight combination of the two, but it's that difference, and I mean, newer than Miramar and Erangel, but really not that much at this point.
I mean, it is quite a bit of a change up, and of course, speaking about the change up, here are our maps for the day. As you've mentioned, we are going to be starting it out on Erangel. Well, Vikendi, again, I'm looking in the middle, right? So we are going to be starting on Vikendi, heading into Erangel, followed by Miramar. But yes, Vikendi is a little bit different to the other maps. It's a map that's not played as frequently in the competitive scene. So I think this is a pretty good opportunity for the teams to really, you know, kind of familiarize themselves with Vikendi, because as they move up into you know, at the end of this, potentially up into the PMSL, right? There's quite a big surprise and quite a bit of pressure that is going to be applied on these teams. And the more flexibility and adaptability they have to work with, the better it is going to work out for them once they make it to that scene. So having a map like Vikendi where, you know, it's like a mishmash kind of like a bit of a Erangel. There's a little bit of Sanok in there. I won't say Miramar really, but of course it depends on where you go. You know, it is in and of itself also quite a bit of a dynamic map. So I'm really looking to see who's going to be shining once we step foot on our very first Vikendi of the day.
Vikendi will be seen twice today. I believe we will also see each of these 3 maps twice in the finals. I will get a fact check on that once we get to the finals. But I love seeing Vikendi first. Erangel is nice as a second. Miramar is a third. If I had a dream scenario for a 3-map pool, this would not only be the 3 maps that were in it, they'd be the order of it. I love seeing Vikendi to kick things off. Erangel is nice, especially if you get that one single map where you end up getting a military-based zone. Makes things a lot more fun, specifically for me. And then Miramar to really close things away. We'll see that later, but for the time being, it's time for Vikendi. DK, I'm going to say my early expectation is UCD is just going to go hold their left thumb forward. But I don't know how long-term that's reliable. By the way, UCD is the Mavs, or the Mavericks.
Yes. University of California, Davis. And well, speaking of which, we are going to be starting over on towards that western side of the map with the Mavs. Here we have them just making their way on through. Mavs, aka the Mavericks, going to be looking to push over in towards what seems to be Krishas. So an interesting starting point. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and spread out. As we know, sometimes Vikendi, the first zone, tends to be the wacky one, right? It sometimes heads over to some of the extremes. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the teams are going to look to preemptively maybe kind of read where that zone positioning could be taking them.
I like the Krishas decision early. You just drop quickly for the Mavericks. They're a team that likes to focus on their mechanical skill. You can see that based on their stats alone. It also kind of helps when we've kind of seen them drop early. So look for them to spread out a little bit more than your standard team, and look for them to try and take as many early fights as they possibly can. Really wouldn't blame them if they're looking for a team right off this bat. That's the reason they drop so quickly. Unfortunately, at least from our little mini-map top right, doesn't seem like they're going to get any early takers.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes a bit of an interesting start of teams do at times tend to take a little bit more of a spread out approach. And especially looking at what the Mavericks have here, I mean, it provides them with a great and golden opportunity to get themselves situated with regards to that loot and then start moving up. I do also then think that the zone has appeared because, well, we've got the timer on the mini map. That means only one thing: the zone is up there. And based on the fact that the Mavericks are quite some way away, I think it's safe to assume that the zone has given us quite a bit of a throw. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the map and see exactly where that zone has taken us. Of course,
wow.
Yep, there we go. Extreme, all the way down to the southeastern side. Volnova is going to be smack dab center zone. Mavs, they've got nothing to worry about. They've got that full Krishas position to themselves. But I'm going to be looking towards teams on the edge of zone, right? As we can see, Fate, they have a little bit of pressure just riding on their doorstep. Of course, the Force Slayers with them as well. So let's see how this one is going to be going. But yeah, the pressure is on.
Oh, and already we're seeing our first fight. It's the Rich Warriors alongside Ecstasy in our opening duel of things. This, by the way, I'll bring it up one time and maybe readdress it. The 2 Mandarin characters you see translate to he, or he, like the pronoun in English. That's mostly what I'll end up calling them throughout this one. So keep that in mind. Ecstasy picks up an opening kill. That's our first kill of the game, and it was against the aforementioned opposite side of, I forgot their name. It was Rich Warriors.
Yes, the opposing team that was there.
Yeah, the other ones.
Yes, that fired a few hits. Then, yes. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be looking over to Fate as they also now just break their way up into the zone. The one surprising thing is looking at the map that we saw a few moments ago is that the teams seem to have been much closer than they actually were. And I think that would allow, of course, the teams a little bit of that breathing room, because you need that to get yourself situated. But now the hard work is going to come in as well, especially looking at where the zone has moved over into Villanova. I mean, we're already pretty close to that. And once these teams really start getting themselves situated up in towards that city region, it becomes quite challenging to, well, get out of there.
I'm also focused, more importantly, on how some of those Western set teams are moving and or where they're moving to. We saw this on the map, but by no means are the Mavericks the only one almost 2 full kilometers from the zone. That's 2 giant boxes if you're looking at this from the map perspective. That is a long way to travel, and more importantly, the only part of this map entirely that is in is probably the bottom quarter or so. As of right now, Liquid Esports pick up another. That's on to St. Lawrence College's BTX, and they'll end up finding the finish as well. Plus, I think another down. So that one's going to rage forward as Sandu finds another, and magically, it's just down to Isajat.
Yeah, it's going to be... Is it Jet? Well, I guess it is, right? Because now here for St. Lawrence College, I mean, Conestoga definitely going to be stoking the fire as they are going to be looking to turn that pressure up. Jimmy, of course, getting ended right there. And now, well, it's going to be up to Jet to see if they can actually get themselves out of this sticky situation. You got to commend the efforts, though, that we are seeing being brought forward here by the side of Liquid Esports, aka Conestoga College, right? Because they're showing quite a bit of aggression, and so far already 3 points on board, 1 more to go, and it doesn't seem like Chat is going to be looking to, well, maybe get himself out of the situation. Not just yet.
I wouldn't blame him if he just sits in this building and does not move for a fairly decent bit of time. BTX, or St. Lawrence College, is located in Kingston, Ontario, just south of Ottawa, for anybody who may or may not be curious. And Isajat, I have never heard of Kitchener, Ontario, and he's trying to make sure that they have never heard of this building, because it is a game of hide and go seek in what is a 1 versus 4 for a player whose teammates just really fell around him. It seemed like they were a little too spread out, weren't really expecting anybody to be already cost them something. 2 separate plays going on between Ecstasy and Infinity Reapers, and mostly Infinity Reapers are on the losing side of this. They're from the City College of New York. It doesn't seem like New York City's going to get all that much more representation in this one. I think that's just 1 player left for CCNY.
Yeah, it does seem like that is going to be the play here, as, well, the Reapers get repped, and down they go. So we are looking at some pretty tough numbers. Of course, out of the 16 teams, we still have all 16 teams present in the lobby. So it means somewhere, some way, somehow, someone all the way from, well, the City University of New York has been able to survive the onslaught here. So Infinity Reapers not completely out of this game just yet. But Ecstasy also really picking up some good pacing here. Curious to see how they're going to look to push this one forward. And of course, well, where this next zone is going to be taking us. But we've got to wait nearly 4 minutes to see where this next phase will be shifting to.
It does mean that we're still going to see a fair few fights over this next 4 minutes or so. Teams trying to move into the zone. Others you'll see just decide to wait in the zone for an extra minute or two, even if it's not for placement points, just to avoid another. Kaka, or Ramu Kaka, ended up disconnecting for a second. Luckily, I think they've come back here for the 4 Slayers. This is Saratoga College from Norwalk County, California, or Norwalk, California. It's just around Los Angeles County, if anybody's never heard of Norwalk. I'm a little confused, though, as to how quickly they want to play this. They're just on the outside of this zone, and I think you brought it up best. This is just on the outside of Tovar, south-ish of Villa. They're in a pretty decent spot, all things considered. They can kind of just gatekeep it.
Yeah, I mean, Tovar sometimes, depending on how that zone shift, could turn into a contested spot, especially in the early pass through that. As we now take a quick look over the Team Intimidators, as they're holding true to their name, right? They are going to be looking to intimidate down onto the players from the sign to ground, as the quite a few hits have now been brought in. S2G down to potentially even just OG. I'm trying to hold that rep strong, but it is going to be Team Intimidators, right? They've got the numbers advantage here. It's going to be Charlie looking to cook it up. Will they find it? Blue comes into play as well. And that is going to pose a little bit of a challenge here now to the Intimidators.
Certainly take him out, but luckily going up a hill. And OG's going to get out alive. Unfortunately, the rest of the team will not. Sign to God from St. Clair College is down to just one. NIL, not to be confused with NIL money from collegiate regular sports, should be picked up and will be. But that made things a lot more difficult than it could have been otherwise with the retrieval of NIL, because time became a lot more of a factor than it would have been otherwise.
And I mean, fortunately, still it's early stages, so there is still a bit of an opportunity here for teams to get themselves kind of fought through this blue zone. There's not going to be tanking all the HP just yet. As soon as we get to like stage 3, stage 4, it's going to be proving quite challenging. But speaking about challenging, let's see what these teams have to work with as we jump over into the map. I like the progression though. Fate, of course, they've moved from that northwestern side of the zone. You're next to Tuvar, all the way down to that far southern side, just south of Winery. They're not out of the woods just yet, but I'm liking this kind of a situation, right, that we are having happen over towards just east of center.
So importantly, there are 3 separate teams down to just 1 player. And I didn't think that would happen as quickly as it has. That I-69 squad, that's Infinity Reapers, and that's Misfortune, the Japanese characters plus YYY, that's Misfortune, for all of you who are trying to do some Google translating yourself. Issajat is alone, and I believe we've got 1 more from Sign to God alone. So of the 16 teams, 3 of them are down to an individual player. And we've seen 1 or 2 other stragglers drop down to 3 or 2 in terms of team numbers. Fate is looking good on the south side. The Mavericks have just swept in through Tovar around the far side of the 4 Slayers. This is looking pretty good for all of you who like late game fights, but we've still seen a fair few early eliminations.
Yeah, we have definitely seen quite a few of that. This is where Sukuna also needs to keep their wits about them. Can't spend too much out in that blue, because well, the blue juice, even though it tastes nice, it's not that good for you. So hopefully they get themselves back into safety. In the meanwhile, looking at Team Fate, they did take a little bit of a knock here and there, but nothing too controversial, nothing too concerning. But they are going to be looking to maybe knock on the door here of Arcane Rain. But I like the position here for Arcane, right? Nice little bit of a high ground there. They could definitely look to leverage that if Fate decided to push up kind of blindly from this angle, but I don't really see that happening for Fate here, right? We do see them holding that 2-2 split, so maybe they could be looking to read something completely different into the potential angle here.
I got a fun fact for you. These 2 teams are the furthest geographically located squads from any other. We have, as mentioned earlier, Fate, or Queensland Polytechnic, they're in Surrey, British Columbia, just southeast of Vancouver. It's like on the same little island of Vancouver. But on the other side, Valencia College, southeast side of North America. They are round about 200-ish miles from the furthest south point in the continental United States. Orlando, all the way up to British Columbia. That's a trek. It's round about 3,000 miles, or 3,500.
Wow. So they're literally on the opposite side of the map of each other.
Yeah, despite the fact they're right next to each other here in Valencia, or here in Vikendi.
That's the beauty of technology, right? You can put people on opposite sides of the map, right next to each other on the battlefield. So yeah, pretty interesting snippet that we've got in there. For the time being, though, things have quieted down a slight little smidge. We've got the Dazzler doing some donuts right there. I mean, nothing wrong with the donuts. Arcane Rain also just going to be looking to reign supreme in their little building here, but we're not seeing any major aggressive pushes just yet. I do hope that we are going to be seeing a little bit more of that come stage 3, and I think that is definitely going to be on the cards, especially seeing that the teams are running out of that playable area, right? They are going to be forced a little bit closer, and we still have, well, all 16 teams alive.
While there are all 16 teams, many of them are just playing for placement at this point. And that's the main problem. We're probably going to see just a few fights and magically 3 or 4 teams are going to disappear. Here's the aforementioned Signed to God with OG alone. He's basically just being swarmed, I think, by 2 separate rosters. Team Intimidators on one side, and I thought I saw a Dark Esports prefix on the other. Luckily, he's safe just on the outside of this barn, but by no means will he be safe long term. Nice little split screen. Great nade. Somehow doesn't kill OG, but now he's been seen from both sides, and that sprint around the corner, that is indeed Dark Esports on the far side. I don't know how long you're going to live here, but you're not going to live for all that much longer. Druval does not have the advantage of third-person perspective, but the swing should find maybe a kill. Great nade coming in, and Dark realizing, wait, we need to get involved. Unfortunately, nothing comes of it for Signed to God. St. Clair are your first team eliminated here at our first map of our first semifinal.
Yeah, goodbye to STG as they make their way on back, but, well, Intimidators not out of the woods just yet. Rather, there's a golden opportunity now for the players there from Dark Esports really to get quite a few hits in, but it does seem like the Intimidators are instead going to get to turn the tables on them. Now, let's see if Dribble will be able to get themselves out. Maybe a little bit of a dribble between the walls there as they get ready for the push. The play is up. Up comes the angle. Dark holding it nice and steady, but a golden opportunity to just lay into them. There we go. All right, the shots have been made. And that is Lassie now just playing connect the dots. 1 down, 2 more to go. We're going to watch out for Charlie, though. Beautiful off angle. Quick reactions coming through here from Class. We can see just falling back in that hard cover, but it's going to be No looking to drive that one down. Utilities also now getting dispersed. And yeah, this seems to be a little bit of a dark place now for Dark Esports.
Dark is down to just Artie, which is the Japanese characters that you see on the far side of your screen. Again, some players with some names I had to slap into Google Translate before the beginning of this first map. But Artie on the far side, I believe that's the last member of Dark Esports. They actually took a fight earlier on, which took out their first member. That should have been D2E. Katam went down, Lassie the same. And did they just take a shot at him? I don't know if they saw it. Great positioning, though, from NIL. I love that fact of just being able to play a little bit separate from the rest of the team, not involving yourself as early as you have to, at least not immediately. And because of it, you're able to find at least one before that fight really kicks off. But like you said, Team Intimidators still have to swing themselves around to the zone. You can see the top right of your screen, 900 meters to the safe zone for just about both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, like normally I like to leg it, right? I don't usually use vehicles when I play. My teammates don't like that at all, but well, there's a reason why I'm not playing here. But yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of ground to try and cover, especially for Dark Esports and the Intimidators all the way from that far edge. And I mean, we're already in stage 3, right? So the sooner they get going, the better off they'll be, because the blue is not going to be their friend once that 3 turns into a 4. The damage is going to go up, but especially looking at the range, the amount of ground they need to cover, I don't quite think that they are going to be making it out of that in one batch. But in the meanwhile, it's still going to be Fate also holding it nice and steady, just trying to lock down the compound here. But we are also seeing more teams now starting to move into the region, right? Earlier we didn't have teams up on the hill. There they are now. We got the drop coming down as well. So there's a few interesting developments here. Arcane Rain also still holding nice and steady. But yeah, I mean, the Rich Warriors, they're going to have to make a play at some point as well, as the zone is going to get ready to pop now.
One thing I wanted to bring up earlier is sometimes teams that play arguably more aggressive than the average squad would are forced into circumstances where they play a lot less. This is one of those situations. Kwantlen Polytechnic or Team Fate, we saw them last semester, albeit slightly different roster, probably a player or 2 graduated, but similar overall. I believe RQ9 is one of those 2 that is kept over alongside Dazzler. But they're just patiently waiting. They had a good drop. They picked a decent spot on the map, and they haven't had to go take too many fights, and it wouldn't be fortuitous for them to do so. Nice couple of shots there from Slayer. Actually hits a couple of those around the corner. There's a little bit of net code between our observers and the players themselves. That's why it looks like Slayer was shooting through the ground, but nice shots from his perspective.
Yeah, definitely some pretty decent hits getting brought through there, but now 777 also have to, again, try and close a few gaps along the way. Mavericks still holding nice and steady. They're up in zone. Of course, if you can see, the zone did take a slight shift down towards the south. Right now, Kantra,
Oh my
as we know,
gosh.
right on the edge of the water here. And based on what that little bit of zone that we can see there, yeah, I think about half the zone, maybe more, is water. The other bit is going to be the playable area. So, I mean, talk about, you know, just upping the ante for these teams, making it way more difficult. That's exactly what we see happening right here now, as Drizzy is looking for parking, at least finds a decent spot. But, well, they're not out of the woods because, well, we've got Western University right there behind them.
So from what it looks like, it'll be the east side of Winery, like just east of Winery is the far western side of the zone. Volnova has like the southeastern side of the city in, and it'll be like a playable zone on the west side of that bridge between Volnova and Kantra, or the Hot Springs, or whatever you want to call it. But there is not a heck of a lot of this playable zone. That's the reason that a lot of individuals are going down so quickly, because they're just not getting opportunities to find a playable part where nobody else is already actively occupied. Nade there from Ecstasy hits a headshot. Somehow that nade doesn't kill him, but low-key gets headshot and lives. Wow, he needs to go buy a lottery ticket.
I mean, that was Loki, you know, it was Loki lucky on that angle, so yeah. Oh, well, luck already lost that long as Loki runs out of HP. Now it's going to be up to the rest of the squad to see if they are going to be able to pick their teammate back up. Mavericks, a good opener here for them as they use the opportunity now to get themselves situated a little bit closer towards the zone. Fortunately, up towards the north, right, the team's not that far away, but they could definitely do with a little bit of a closer position. Speaking about close, though, look at this, the 4 Slayers. And we're looking to lock the compound down, trying to find possession of the edge of zone. But will they be able to stand the contention here as we do see the utilities now getting deployed? Oh, wow. Beautiful nade though coming in, and this is going to be the rush. Yep, there we have it. It is going to be a really aggressive play now by Fnatic NA as they do come barging on through, looking to take names and numbers and everything in between. A full send is up to Beast now, coming in with DBS. Could be quite a devastating hit, but unfortunately, Beast, well, will not be able to use that DBS. Instead, down they go, and well, now 13 teams remain.
Yeah, we've seen 2 of our single stragglers gone. George Brown had a fair few kills. That's Team Intimidators. They drop a lot quicker than I thought they were going to. So Mavericks are at full strength. We're down to 12 teams, and one of those 4 that we lost was George Brown, who had a fair few kills. The 4 Slayers looked pretty good, but they weren't as far up on the scoreboard just yet. They didn't get that opportunity. Here's a look at the map. We're down to about 60% of the zone being playable. This shift has helped those players on the south and southwest sides heavily, but forces that have been forced on that shift west have not been helped in the slightest. 777 from Georgian College very much included in that. Sakuna trying to focus too much on their nades somehow is still alive, and the shift 1 doesn't get that kill. Sakuna's hiding in a smoke and somehow gets a first aid off. There's no way.
I mean, it's a cheeky strat. Definitely going to be a cheeky strat, but ooh, is Sakuna going to be able to survive this one? Ecstasy now realizing the player is on the opposite end. They're trying to get themselves together as they try to launch a bit of an aggressive play here. Stranger up on the hillside trying to get a bit of the third-party peek going here. Oh, but they do find the play. That was unfortunately not the Mavericks, but the shot raining in all the way from that far southern side. And now it's absolute carnage on the edge of zone. Look at that. Beautiful steal coming through here as Liquid Esports ding just hitting up those headshots, picking up players left, right, and center. I mean, this is quite a bit of a setup, but they also still find themselves in quite a bit of a compromised angle here, right? All these teams still need to get into zone.
Importantly, we are into the points. For everybody on teams that go down from here on out. They will be getting points. By no means do they want to go down with just a couple on the back end of things. Liquid got very well involved there and are still in a decent position. Problem is they have to move even further south, so they're another victim of a squad that has to move, and they don't really have the space to do so. Sting is a team that we brought up a lot last semester that we have barely said the names of thus far in this one. Hunter and Nexus OP, two of the names I very much recognize from that former roster. They're just down to 1 kill, but they're very much active, and they have basically all the healing and utility they could need. Xdot looking for a shot. I don't even think he hit one of them, but apparently didn't have to. Arcane losing one of their own. 2 Ecstasy on the drive-by. Wow, what a shot from Western University.
Well, it's not over just yet. Misery loves company, so let's see whether or not Misery is going to look to push into the big line of players. Now just starting to line up. I mean, this is quite a bit of a tough situation now here. Looking at Arcane, right? They've got a squad on either side. Will they be able to hold their own? You know, all the players there from the Rich Warriors also trying to get themselves established, knocking on the door of Zone. But I like this from Sting, just locking it down. A beautiful bit of opportunity they've got here, right? They've got a commanding angle as they could just rip into anyone on any side of the zone. So they're going to try and just really separate as many of these teams as they could possibly can. Now, 777, oh, they're going to be losing Toxic Kid as Valencia make their way on back. Right, down to only 7 teams. And I mean, this is the part that we've been waiting for. This is where everything is going to get nice, hot, and toasty.
777 going down. That's Georgian down and out in this one. And more downs come in across the board. Conestoga will go down in sixth place. And Conestoga was a very involved part of that. That was Liquid Esports, who was just forced to rotate. They didn't have the timing, nor really the plan beforehand to do so. You always have to assume the zone is going to be pulling away from you, and that's the exact reason why. They were in a good spot. They weren't expecting the zone to go as far south as it did, and as soon as it does, they're forced to move and weren't planning on doing so. They didn't have the utility to set it up, nor did they have the positional advantage they were really looking for. Rich Warriors are on the other side of that conversation. They're down to 2 players, sure, but on average, a team only has about 2.6 or 2.8 players. So they're right about average. And if they get a couple other rosters fighting one another, they're in a pretty decent spot. That's Shift 1 on the far side, or Exponent 1 if you really want to get the specifics. It's the last member of Ecstasy. And here, it's Jat24K, who's the last member of the Rich Warriors, trying to take a 1v1 against a player he does not need to 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, Sweet Baby also now just going to be trying to push up with a few of those mollies. It's still going to be a very, very tough play. I mean, looking at what we've got in Center Zone, Seneca College, Sting Esports, right? They've got it under lockdown. And now we do see a little bit of a push coming up north, but on the southern side, it is going to be full on Sen here as Fnatic try to get themselves in, but instead they will get denied access as well. The shots connecting up, and that is all the road. Rich also still holding a little bit on the steady end here, as you can see. Chat off the distance. Yeah, I mean, Hustle might fall to the Hustle, trying to survive out in the blue. The rest of the team already taking quite a bit of a punch. And now it's going to be between essentially Sting and whoever else is going to try and contest for this controlling angle up in zone. I mean, Fate, they tried their hand at it, right? They stepped up. They lost a few players. They're down to Hustle out in the blue. I mean, Volcano is just going to, well, is yet to erupt with a bit of that show of aggression. Ecstasy, though, lining it up, but down they go. Sting just locking it in. I said Volcano needed to, well, erupt, right? That's exactly what we had right there. And it's just 2 players standing between the players here from Seneca College and our very first winner chicken dinner.
Wait, and Hustle's alone. Hustle's basically in a 1 versus 3 here. He got sprayed in as he was going for the rotation with the car. He went for 2 or 3 first aid kits sitting inside that far building, and it's a winner chicken dinner for Sting Esports. Seneca College escaped with basic murder in the middle of everything. And somehow Seneca, while not being involved basically at all to start off this game, I don't think they had a kill until 3rd zone. They escaped with 4 or 5, if not more than that, by the way, plus the winner chicken dinner, they will very much take all of those points total.
Yeah, I mean, Seneca, you can't really fault the way that they approach this. But speaking about approach, right, let's take a look at our MVP to see who's going to be the one to lock that one in as we make our way across there. And of course, well, no surprise to see Stranger be the one stepping up, showing us what they are capable of. And of course, it's no surprise, right? Because I'm pretty sure Stranger was the MVP of the team coming through the qualifiers as well. Oh no, that was Meow, right? Am I on the right
Meow
team?
play today, though.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, sorry, I'm on a different team.
Yeah, that would help.
But yes, we have seen some pretty interesting plays, but well done. You know, MVP, of course, going to Stranger, coming through with those 5 eliminations. Very well deserved. Loki, yes, Loki was the MVP for the team previously. It is going to be Western University being our MVT, the most eliminations, as well as a very hefty chunk of change when it comes to the damage.
I think they picked up the second place finish, or the third place finish as the Ecstasy squad. It was the last one to go down was Shift 1. So a decent pickup at the end of things. All in all, 18 points versus Seneca's 15 or 16. I mean, both of those teams are basically set for the rest of this lobby, but that consistency from Sting, they only get involved when they have basically every advantage in their favor. And you could see it worked perfectly. They didn't put themselves out of position a single time, except for that one player they lost. And as soon as they lost that player, they traded it maybe within half a second. I think the 2 kill totals were simultaneous on the kill feed. So it looked pretty good, all things considered, for Seneca.
I mean, if you look at the 2 teams also, they dropped into to secure a decent standing. Well, just for the first match, the top 8 teams there are on towards that left-hand side. On the right-hand side, Cerritos, St. Lawrence, and of course, the City University of New York, all walking away with donuts. But as we know, it's not over just yet, right? We still have 2 more maps for the teams to try and secure those points.
So Seneca College did not have a single elimination until there were 28 players left at the beginning of the Stage 6 zone.
Wow.
That's how long it took them to get involved, and as soon as they did, they literally wiped out a third of the remaining lobby. I don't know if you can call that efficiency, because it took them a while to get involved, but as soon as they did, hey, quantity over quality for everybody else. It was quality over quantity for Seneca. They also picked up that winner chicken dinner. It was Western with 4 points. Kwantlen Polytechnic had that second place finish. Coquitlam third. And Western did go out in 4th, but the timing was amazing for Seneca. I don't think you could have picked a better time, literally, for them to get involved in that one. And you could see how well it worked.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out great, right? And I think there's a reason why they call themselves Sting, right? Because it stings a bit to the opposing teams, the way that they bounce back in this match. But now I think the big question is going to come through is, will the teams be able to kind of, you know, build on this momentum, right? Will we see this carry through into the remaining games? Because, I mean, phenomenal start here to the day, but it's the start, right? As we know, this is as much a mental game as it is a physical one, right? Got to get yourself into those positions, keep the pacing, keep the flow going. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to bring through.
Yeah, and Erangel will probably play a little bit more in the favor of Kwantlen Polytechnic and maybe CCSF or City College of San Francisco. I'd focus on those 2 teams because of their play style here. Kwantlen was very much reserved. They played a lot for placement points. It helped they got a good drop. They're fairly unlikely to do that in back-to-back games where they can just basically sit in the same square kilometer or so. I'd like to see San Francisco step up. I'd also like to see City College or City University of New York. Hopefully that works in their favor, because I'd like to see a couple of American universities step up. I think I did the Googling earlier on. There's 4 or 5 American schools, or United States of America American schools. The remaining 11 in this lobby are Canadian.
Oh, well, only time will tell, right? We'll see who's going to be able to make it up into those top slots. But of course, speaking about top slots, of course, we have 2 more maps left to decide. Right, next up, we are going to be heading into the bread and butter of PUBG. It is called Erangel, so the teams are going to have a golden opportunity to really showcase all of that talent that they can find. Like I say, after that, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Miramar is going to bring. Right, heading out into the desert, a lot of that long-range opportunity. Yeah, I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a day here. Of course, already the first match has been done. Now, this is where I got to ask you, TTL, what do you think? Who do you think is going to be bringing it into Erangel?
So now, last semester, Seneca College did really good in map 1 of our semifinal, and then I said, oh, they're probably not going to do great for the remainder of this, and then they did amazing. So I'm just not going to doubt Seneca. I'll say Sting Esports come back like a bee, but with a second stinger, and just stab out everybody. Maybe with a pan, maybe with some melee weapon they find across the map. In any case, I think it's Sting to stab back in Erangel. We'll see if that is the case, as they actively lead 19 points through Vikendi. We'll see if Seneca can carry that into the bread and butter of PUBG when we come back with Erangel. We may very well be out of the snow, but momentum can still certainly snowball as we move into Erangel. It's Seneca College with 19 points out of our first game and a winner-winner chicken dinner to go alongside their 9 eliminations. But how well will they do on a different map? Sure, same size, similar playstyle, whatever, but different map nonetheless. I'm time to light. That right there is DK. At DK, I mean, Sting, from what we remember back in the spring, looked just as good, if not arguably better out of game.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking at how the teams kind of continue and how they look to try and bounce back, right? Maybe try and bring in improvements. Sometimes they succeed, other times it needs a little bit more work. Gotta say, Sting though, that was a very, very impressive start to at least today's bit of action here. But I think another team that we're gonna have to keep a pretty close eye on is potentially Ecstasy, right? Just looking at the sheer volume of elims that they were able to find in that previous game. Now, the transition from a map of Vikendi moving over to Erangel, it's not that big of a big of a change up with regards to the playstyle. So there is quite a bit of that, translatable skill or translatable strategy that you could bring on through. So I'm expecting to see a very similar-ish kind of performances coming through from the teams. But again, this is then also a golden opportunity for the teams that might have found themselves situated a little bit further down on the leaderboard, right, to really up the ante now. Come in, get aggressive, and, go pluck a few stingers.
Hey, there are important parts to note about Erangel in terms of differences with Vikendi. Number one, it's the similar type of points of interest on the exterior of the map. So if any time we see the zone draw in any direction that is not towards the middle, we'll see players fall a little bit quicker, kind of like we did on Vikendi. But importantly, most of those points of interest are located around one another. Hospital alongside both of those Georgia Pole apps and crates, they're basically located right next to each other. And you can't avoid all of it at the same time while still avoiding all the other teams inside of those points of interest. That's something to keep in mind, where yeah, sure, there's maybe a few extra points of interest total, but they're certainly not as accessible as you'd like if the zone starts to pool and you're having to rotate.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of a I think of a thought process rather that needs to go into how the teams are going to be looking to strategize themselves through here. And of course, looking at the competency that we've been seeing come through from these teams, I've got no doubt that they have a really good strategy to accommodate wherever the zone should be taking them based on what their location is on the map. At least that's what I would like to believe, right? Whether that's the case, we don't quite know, but of course, for those of you who might have forgotten which maps we are playing on today, we are going to be hopping back onto that map list. To remind you, we've already wrapped up Vikendi, so well, we can clear off the snow as we are going to be heading straight over into Erangel for map number 2. Erangel is going to be where it's at, and yeah, I got to tell you, TZL, this is where I'm really excited to see how the teams are going to be looking to kind of stack on those Vikendi performances.
I'm also looking for some teams to step up as compared to maybe when they could not as well back on Erangel or back on Vikendi. A couple of those teams I want to look at: St. Clair, University of California, Davis, and Fanshawe, Toronto. I feel like the City University of New York probably didn't have the greatest of cards falling in their favor. But there are a couple where, I mean, George Brown had 6 eliminations and just kind of got swarmed when they had to rotate late. That was Team Intimidators, if you remember. They just did a little bit too much all in the same time. And yeah, they hunted down a few extra kills, but it's not going to give them qualification averaging 6 or so points a game. I feel like that's going to be about the limit. You need, I'd say, 20 points minimum at the end of 3 maps if you want to try and qualify. Maybe a few less depending on who does well in these next few games. But keep that in mind. 20 points is the goal you're looking for. Not to be safe, but certainly to feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah, I mean, confidence could definitely go a long, long way here for the teams, but it's going to take quite a bit of a push. I mean, the highest amount of points that we have on the board currently is 19, so 20, yeah, it would definitely make it look nice, right? Because well, you can bet your silver dollar that. Well, I mean, Seneca and Western, they are definitely going to be bringing quite a bit of heat coming into match number 2, right? They want to make sure that they are secured in their positioning because, as we know, for them, this is the only opportunity, right? The only day that they have to try and qualify to get into those finals. So there's quite a bit on the line here for the teams to get themselves situated, to get themselves secured. And, well, yeah, only the top 16 teams will be making it up into those grand finals. So I think it is safe to assume that 8 teams from either side, right? So you wanna sit up within the top 8.
Yeah, I'd say top 8 would be comfortable. A lot of teams are looking for top 5 just so they don't have to worry as much. I mean, I've seen only an 8th place team do very well into grand finals one time, and they still only placed 3rd. Yeah, that's $3,000, but it's still only 3rd. You're not getting a win, nor, importantly, are you getting a qualification into the PMSL Spring 2025 qualifiers. You need to be confident going into finals, and the University of California, Davis, coming out of qualifiers, remind me, they were the best individual team. I mean, they had the highest individual MVP. It was like 27 kills or 29 kills individually. Plus, as a team, they walked away with 127 points through 3 qualifiers. They had 1 on Vikendi.
Yeah. Yeah, because they won. Right. Not really, but I mean, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Yes, they got 1 elimination, no placement points to accompany that. They were in 11th place. But if you add all the ones together, it still amounts to 1. So they won at the end of the day. Not exactly the position they would have wanted to have, but it is what it is, right? So, of course, there's map 2, there's map 3 to try and make up for any of those discrepancies that we had come in on the first game. So this is where I think it is about time for a team like the Mavericks now to really step into their own, to show that performance that we had in qualifiers, you know, how they were able to amount 117 points. Bring that now to the foreground, right? Show us how you were able to get that job done, because they've done it, right? Now they're just going to repeat those efforts. And I think Erangel, good map for the teams to do exactly that. I also like a little bit of 100 action that we have over towards that eastern side as the zone now makes will play up into Quarry.
So talk about that southwest side. The 2 or 3 real points of interest from here on out are Primorse, Ferry Pier, and Quarry. I mean, you could play the west side of the military base and maybe swim over later. You could try and play south side of Hospital, maybe Gatka, but you'd have to move anyway. Those 3 points of interest do not have a heck of a lot of houses between them, nor places you want to stay for longer periods of time. That makes things dangerous if I'm looking at this from team perspectives. I mean, we saw how late some of the rotations came in last game. I would not be surprised if it's the complete opposite here, where teams try and rotate as soon as possible and go for those points of interest and just loot later.
I mean, that could definitely be a thing. I can't see why it would not be the play here. So it's all going to come down to what, you know, the kind of strategy, the kind of pacing is coming through from our teams. But anything is possible, right? And I'm definitely going to say that I'll sit around and be curious to see who's going to be looking to get the ball rolling already. We do see a few of those eliminations now starting to find their way on in. It is, of course, up in school, where we now have the players here from Team Liquid, right? They showed quite a bit of aggression, starting off the proceedings over on Vikendi. But will they be able to do it this time around? As we do have the 4 Slayers there from Cerritos College holding right up alongside them. St. Lawrence also now getting themselves into a little bit of a situation here. Of course, this is BTX. So, yeah, he is on up in Hospital.
We see a couple different fights across the board. One on the school apartments, one here in Hospital. I didn't see where Fnatic NA went, but they're in a tussle of their own with Infinity Reapers, who we saw step up late in that previous game, and they're already doing so here. That's 3 eliminations onto Fnatic NA. How in the world have they found those? And more importantly, where in the world have they found those? Because we're looking at Liquid try and play poke one another with the 4 Slayers, and they're just really not taking these fights active. What is St. Clair doing? What?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Seneca, they're gonna go fishing, right? Because that's all they have to do here. I mean, St. Clair College, they had a pretty bumpy play in the first game. Now this time around, it's not looking much better here. I like this angle though coming through from Hunter. Really trying to get quite a bit of a wedge driven in between the players there. Up comes, of course, Lost. Pushing Armor through. Oh, picks up the quick one. 3-1-2 comes in with a dagger. Oh man, look at that. Liquid now, 3 elims on board, 1 more to go. It's going to be Seneca Sting also now, just staying true to their name, as they're going to be driving those Stingers up into the side here of St. Clair College. STG now feeling, I think, a little bit robbed maybe.
Yeah, I think that's just sign to God, realizing we didn't pray to whatever deity we believe in before this series started, and thus we're being punished. This is Seneca saying, hey, free elimination points, thank you very much. Liquid Esports found a few of their own. San Francisco already eliminated. That was one of the teams I really wanted to look out for. Apparently, I'm not going to get that opportunity. St. Clair is probably soon to follow. Great little movement tech there from Lost, but doesn't immediately find the kill, at least has the information. And look at the rest of the team just jumping after him. It's a swarm of 1. Maybe Sting Esports is elsewhere, but it's not really going to matter. There's the kill. Cerato's is eliminated in the first 5 minutes of the game. We haven't even seen the first circle close, and 2 rosters are gone. Start to close, even.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we don't even know, like, yeah, we're still 20 odd seconds out from seeing that blue zone starting to make its way on through. I mean, there's been so much aggression right out of the gate. You gotta commend the performance that we just saw come through here from Sting, right? They definitely stepped it up. In the later stage there of Vikendi. Seems like the momentum is carrying over quite effectively for them coming into this one. So Seneca College, I mean, 3 elims up, just 1 behind that of the players coming through from the City University of New York and Conestoga. So there's so much potential available for these teams. It's just gonna be a matter of time, right? But now, I think also this is where it comes down to how these teams get themselves positioned. I mean, Akash, this is bold. This is brave.
I mean, you really don't have a choice here if you're Akash. You're down to 1 player. I think he's on the far west side of the military base. I saw him swimming over there. I think he finally made it. And it's just because it's really not that good of a resolution on most cell phones to try and see that far away, even with the iron sights of an M4. And do you see 3 or 4 players there as well? Who did I see? Was that Quantland Polytechnic on the outside of military base just becoming spoilers again? Please tell me that's Quantland.
I mean, it might have been.
Also,
it was
was it Sting on the south side of the channel between the far side of farm and the north side of military base, like ferry pier-esque? How are they in the Georgia Pole apartments? Is that a different spot?
No, Sting, they dropped up in the north.
Okay. I thought they were like military base. I was so confused as to how in the world that those 2 things happen at the same time.
Really quickly, that's how.
Yeah.
Really quickly. I mean, California Davis, aka the Mavs, the Mavericks, they went for a little bit more of a northern positioning, right? Also went going up in towards Rozok. So we see them not too far from where they initially started, as we do take a quick look over onto the map here. So yeah, Sting, they just moved from South George up in towards that northern territory, up in towards Zaki and the surrounding areas. Fate still in pretty much the same spot. Liquid, of course, well, they cleaned house and they still holding on to school. Of course, looking over towards Shizor and the rest of the crew up in towards Shelter. Again, also not too much of a change. We do see that split, of course, the other half of the squad taking a play further down in towards Sosnovka. I think that could be an interesting strategy, especially seeing that no one's really focusing on the bridge over on towards the western side. But I think center zone is where a lot of that pressure is really going to start to mount now.
I'd also look out for Sting on this late rotation because a lot more of the zone is in play than I thought, so you can still stick through Hospital for another 5-6 minutes, if not more, when Stage 2 starts to close. Same for Ruins, Pachinki's in, not for long, but Pachinki's in. And, I mean, Ecstasy is just kind of on the move, southwest side of Gatka, moving into the mountains around the quarry. I like this quick play. Everybody's got a separate vehicle. They can swarm if they need to. Again, I'm going to stop making the jokes eventually. Probably it'll take till lobby 2, but keep that in mind. And I think Ecstasy just tried to run over his own play. Did I say that right? He just kind of ran over his own teammate.
No, it was he was just amping up. It was motivations. Like, come on,
Okay.
you can do it. Yes, hop to it, and then it didn't quite happen.
He's like, hey, I want to give you a little push. Just
Yeah,
the bumper of my car.
yeah, that's all it is. You know, it's just trying to. It's a team building effort.
Morale boosting, but in
Yeah,
PUBG.
exactly.
Arcane Rain has a player disconnected right now. So keep that in mind. Well, there are 48 players technically alive. Blah may not be able to come back. I've seen that happen a couple times. It's just unfortunate circumstances. I don't know if that'll be the case, but keep an eye on it. He's in a decent spot, all things considered, but certainly not the most alive.
I mean, Blah was in a spot, right? That lovely little coffin icon that was next to their name means that even though they are disconnected, they've been moved back into the lobby as well, right? They don't have sufficient HP to stay.
I thought he was alive and just DC'd.
He
Never
was,
mind.
and then he wasn't anymore.
Feels
He
bad,
got
man.
all his HP got removed involuntarily. Akashia also seriously needs to patch that bar up, right? Needs to go get some of those meds, get the bars back to where they need to be. In the meanwhile, St. Lawrence, I mean, they just cleaning up as they move through over on towards this northwestern side. It's an interesting angle to come through because sometimes on the compounds just up ahead, we see a few teams like taking occupation of that. This time around, we don't see anybody there, so this is a golden chance. Golden opportunity now for St. Lawrence to get themselves in, to get themselves situated, and of course, try and get themselves a few additional points.
The Sting is going for the opposite of what I was talking about earlier. They're just taking forever in North George and just waiting it out, I suppose. Fate is doing the same, northeast side. I mean, Miracle alongside Schizo are just on completely opposite sides of the map from one another. They're almost 3 full kilometers away from each other, and they have an entire bridge or 2 separating them. Now, this second zone has kind of thrown things off a little bit. The teams in the southwest were expecting more of a pull in that direction, but it's kind of reset, so most of the zone is playable outside of the small portion of water near Ferry Pier. This is decent for a lot of the teams that are already down there, but for the Mavericks, I think that's T4L. Yeah, that on the middle of your screen is the 4 Slayers around Quarry. Same for Rich Warriors. They're all in very good positions, but they still need to avoid each other.
Yeah, you definitely gotta watch out for those things. Of course, for any of the viewers that don't know any of these names on screen, this is collegiate teams, right? If you don't know what that means, it's teams from colleges and schools in the North American territory. Hence the word, the campus championship, right? That is what it all means. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking over towards the players here from Georgian College, the 777s, as they are going to be making their way on through as well. We've got them just on that southern side of the main island, are pulling close towards, well, I call these the 6s, but people call them whatever they like. Of course, here's another interesting team, right? The team all the way from Canada. It is going to be the squad there for Toxic for Life. Also one of the newer teams that we have participating here.
Yeah, T4L, or the Canadian Institute of Osteopathic Therapy. I'm going to Google what osteopathic therapy is in a few minutes. But they're out all the way in Calgary, Alberta. The only squad from Alberta in this game. We've even got 2 California teams. We do not have we actually have 3 California teams because of San Francisco, but we do not have another squad from Alberta. A lot of Ontario squads, few British Columbia teams between here and our second lobby, but yeah, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, from all over the place. But let's see what well, Toxic for Life are going to be looking to bring on in. I like this play from Levels. A nice bit of an angle that you have down onto the compound below. I'm not quite sure whether or not Levels is aware of anybody being down there. I mean, we can see Liquid currently still just holding nice and steady. You would expect Ding Ding to be keeping an eye out the window here. At least a little bit of a third-party peek, but I mean, I think it's safe to say that Levels has indeed come to the conclusion that there is players down below. So I want to see, right, are we going to have Toxic for Life get the jump in onto the players here from Liquid, right? Will we hit that ding ding as, well, Liquid gets hit with a few headshots potentially?
I don't know, a few times we saw Liquid realize they're being shot at and just kind of jump on the team that was shooting at them. So Levels taking that shot could be an Achilles heel of just activating a very angry monster that's downhill from them. Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi, the high ground, yada, yada, yada. But I think Toxic for Life, their position is decent. They just have to be able to play it well. This is really good spacing for them. They have probably 200 meters between them and any close team, north, south, east, or west. We saw one roster in cars just north of them. I didn't see who it was. That's the Rich Warriors just to their west. So they're kind of closed in, which makes things problematic if the zone continues to close south, because I think that was 30 seconds we saw on this zone. It is actively closing. Once it does, we'll see where the next one pulls. I'd like to stay on this screen for just a second while everybody kind of slots into position.
I mean, we've seen quite a bit of focus being put on towards the current center zone. It'd be interesting to know where Sting is going to be looking to rotate in. Of course, that is if they intend to join us back in zone at any point. Talk about a late rotation that I think is maybe taking it a little bit far, as the teams in center zone don't really have to move anywhere. As you can see, the zone, of course, just shifting slightly towards that eastern side of Quarry. I mean, for Liquid, this is both a blessing and a curse all at the same time, because, I mean, they hold a decent compound, but they are going to be thoroughly tested to see whether or not they are, you know, deserving of holding onto that compound for the rest of the map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few instances of Liquid just sitting in that position and then everybody swarming them and them having to take 3 or 4 fights in just a few minutes. The Mavericks are starting to move in. Rich Warriors, the same thing. We see Arcane Rain, Dark Esports, 777. Everybody starting to move in this general area. Now, notably, Sign to God still has Akash in the northwest side. Sting's kind of moving in there, but Akash should just be playing the sprint into the zone in the final few seconds and stay alive as long as possible type of game. Because in the last few minutes, we have not seen anybody die. It's been, well, I say that as soon as RQ9 gets killed. Feels bad, man. BTX picks up the first elim in a few minutes. I think in a full zone or 2. But look at how close 3 or 4 different rosters are from one another.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be the one who gets hit by the other team. So everyone now just trying to ride it out, looking for that opportunity. I mean, for California Davis, this is the chance now, right? This is their opportunity to step it up, to show those performances that we had over in qualifiers. Because, well, they won't be presented with many more of those. I like this angle coming through here from the Rich Warriors as well, right? Contlin also just holding a nice and steady angle there. I like that spread coming through from them as well. So, yeah, this is a very interesting kind of a, you know, standoff situation that we have. St. Lawrence, they've been brought down to 2. The 2 players that have been blocking in all those eliminations now getting sent back into the lobby. Sting coming under a little bit of fire. I like how the stuff is now. Well, we know where Sting is now going to roll up in towards the zone. But let's see. California Davis, are they going to step up to the plate here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they just sit around. The problem for California Davis was they kind of just got completely swallowed by 3 or 4 different teams while trying to take one fight. They're in a couple different houses that are really good to hold down for long term, and it seems like they know that. Maybe just trying to reposition a vehicle or 2. Sakuna could just sit inside a vehicle if they have to. I like this call. Just patiently wait. You're inside the zone. You're comfortably inside the zone. That's what matters. And you're not giving too much away by waiting around. I like this call. Just wait. I say that as Seneca starts to swarm.
I mean, sure, there is a time to wait, and then there's a time to, well, not do as much as Nexus. OP rushes in and gets Sakuna right on down. Ooh, a quick little bit of retaliation there by Drizzy. They do pick up a nice bit of that suppressive fire. The nade is out. Oh, but Drizzy, unfortunately, will be taken on down. Meow just rushing in with the hits, but of course suffering a great solar fate. Up comes the reinforcements. is going to be the Mavericks now trying to survive the onslaught here. The spray is in. Nexus lands the shot as Brewski goes down. Anzo is going to be the last one left to carry the name here for the California Davis squad. Let's see, will the Mavericks make it out? Nexus getting spotted. Oh, one down. It is, of course, then going to be the players there from the Rich Warriors looking to get their share in on the action. Beautiful bit of a third-party opportunity here. Anzo just looking on as the Flames now envelops the floor. But I love this. Rich Warriors playing the upset, starting just... Oh, big away at the opposition. I mean, that's Davis down. That's Sting down. What a play coming through here from Rich Warriors.
Rich Warriors pick up 5 elims between the two teams. They picked up another one here. They should pick up a 6th, and they do. They eliminate Seneca, 2 of the higher scoring teams out of game 1. University of California Davis didn't have a great time of it. They only had 1 elim. They were 11th, but Seneca, the #1 team out of game 1 in City University of New York, goes down early as well. No placement points for any of those 3 aforementioned teams. And out early for Seneca, yeah, they had a couple kills. I don't think they did anything before that fight with California Davis, though, because of how long they spent in North George. They may only escape this game with 2 eliminations entirely, if that.
It's gonna be a tough play at hand here for them. I mean, it's a challenging play, right? I like the fact that the teams have definitely started to shake things up coming into the gameplay here today. But now it's going to be up to Valencia to show us what they can bring on through. Right. Also going by the name of Arcane Rain. Gosh, yeah. I mean, this is confidence right here. This is confidence, right? Akash is like, you know what? There's 33 other players alive. They could end me at any point in time. I'm going to go for a little bit of cycling because why not, right? You got to keep healthy. Got to keep the blood circulating and have a nice little bit of a stroll as well, right? Taking us on the scenic route down the beach line. Hopefully, Akash makes it all the way back into zone.
I think he's got enough heals for it. He's still got 1 first aid. I can't see bandages because that's not a tracked bit of healing. He's just driven his bike into the water. That's probably not the most advisable thing if you want to avoid rust or, avoid stopping. But that's neither here nor there. The Rich Warriors, I was talking about this for University of California Davis. They waited for UCD to take a fight and then just pounced on the opportunity and picked up a few kills and a lot more utility off the back of it. Now they're looking for more. Jahal did not have that first nade hit them, but it's just Rich Warriors starting to swarm the north side of Liquid's defense here around a couple different buildings. Molotov in, they're forcing him out of his little Harry Potter hut, and he'll quickly be taken down. Good start into things for this fight for Rich Warriors, and with St. Clair College going down elsewhere, that's BTX removed. A few separate rosters actually dying, including Sign to God as Akash goes down.
Yeah, we did see Dark also getting swept under the rug, and now we are down to the final 9 teams. But I mean, DTL, this is where I'm pretty curious as to who's going to be looking to try lock down the edges of zone, right? Center zone at this point of the competition is going to be a very difficult place to really defend, as we've seen that being pretty evident with all the action unfolding over there. In the meanwhile, we turn back onto the side here. It's going to be 777 now trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. As you can see, Toxic for Life just up ahead of them. I like that off angle Zeus as well. Scar is going to be looking to leave their mark here, so they do take down levels. So that is now 2 players left for the side here of Toxic. Oh no, that's just 1. As you can see, 777 Zeus now not going to be wasting any time, pushing straight on forward. Toxic Kid finds 1. Ooh, I like this Toxic on Toxic though, right? It's going to be Toxic for Life versus Toxic Kid. And here we go. There's going to be the final play. The volley. Yep, out it comes. And, well, Toxicity for the win. Not quite sure who though, but, well, of course, Toxic Kid. Right, as we did say goodbye to yet another team. But 777 really stepping it up.
777 just sprint that one through, and they take out Sayat in a fairly easy fashion. Team Intimidators go down in 8th place. They again pick up just a placement point. But Team Intimidators back in game number 1 That was George Brown who just had those 6 elims, but no placement points because they took way too many fights at the same time. It was probably the case here. Yeah, sure. They lived a little bit longer, even picked up a PP, but that's about it. I would not be surprised if they want a couple of those fights back. Arcane Rain is down to just X dot on that northwest side. This rotation in, though, easily identified by Liquid. The problem is for Liquid, you can't afford to give away your position, so just smoke out a couple things and patiently wait for those teams to take each other out. Because at this point, with just 2 players left, you've already got your eliminations, you're playing for a lot of placement. Or, in this case, a down of a player from 777. And a second, they actually find that elimination. That's ballsy from Liquid.
Yep, it's a very, very bold move indeed. But now, I mean, we're down to the final 6, right? So this is where things are going to get hit pretty sweaty. Gotta say, though, Crockett, they're doing pretty good, though, right? They got the 7 elims under their name. Of course, just trying to separate the vehicles there. Quantlin, Polytechnic also looking pretty decent as they start to make their way on up. Let's see if they could actually maybe make a little bit of that magic happen. I mean, Dazzler, Hustle, the only 2 players that been able to secure themselves those elims are still holding steady. I mean, a decent position, nice little bit of a dip, kind of a dip that they find themselves on here. Maybe a bit of a slant, even more so, as they do now continue to sneak their way on in. We can see several hits just continue to fly on through Ecstasy. Also just trying to pick up everything that they can. But Jagger and Thor, the final 2 defenders now left up onto this northern side as they too rush on in. Rich Warriors, oh, it looks a little bit risky at this point.
Liquid ended up trying to fall back into this hut off the back of those 2 fights they took. And because of the smokes they have, they've got a decent shot at this. Jaga jumping in here, maybe looking for a res if he can find the timing for it. It looks like he's going to. So Quantlin Polytechnic on the far side, we're looking at the perspective of Cocket Lamb. We've already seen Liquid in the middle of just about everything to understate the obvious. And a couple stragglers trying to rotate in. No way they pick up another resurrection on a downed player. They're running out of time to do so. Kalon on very low timing, but Ecstasy drops 777 based off of Shift 1 himself. Basically 3 elims, and he's got 7 total in this game, and is still just a solo with 5 teams left.
Yeah, and I mean, well...
Another for Liquid, by the way. There goes BTX.
I mean, for Ecstasy, this is pretty insane, right? Western, I mean, they had 12 in the previous game. This time around, the entire team sit on 7, being contributed by 1 single player. So this in and of itself is super impressive. But now it's going to be a serious case of hide and seek, right? Because this is where Ecstasy, they're going to have to play their cards very close to the chest. Can't make too much noise. Can't get yourself exposed. And I think this at this point, essentially, for Ecstasy is going to be a waiting game, right? Looking to see what Fate and Rich is going to be doing, because, I mean, Fate, they're making noise. Rich Warriors, they definitely hear that. They could, at any point, decide to move on through. And we're looking over towards Quantum, Poly as well, to see what they're going to be bringing in. Will they maybe respond to Rich in some way, shape, or form? Because it's so challenging. But, I mean, there's so many playouts. There's so many ways that this can all just come to a very abrupt end.
So it's a 4v2 v2v1. 4 for Rich Warriors, 2 for Fate, 2 for Liquid, and 1 for Ecstasy. It's Shift 1 who's just on an island and kind of isolated from everybody, but that's the way he'd like it. No reason to put yourself out of position. And the Rich Warriors, their goal right now is either A, wait for the other teams to kill each other and just pounce on the last individual, or B, take advantage of the fact that you have the player advantage and go for the kills while you can. Ecstasy somehow lives through an outstandingly placed nade, but I don't think they're going to live for all that much longer. You can see Santu prepping a nade of their own over towards that top side of your screen. But Rich Warriors are being just onslaughted with nades of their own. By no means are they safe over here, and it seems like they're playing more scared than they should be otherwise. Another kill for Shift 1. He gets another! That's 9! He'll finally be killed by the Rich Warriors, but it's a 4 versus 2. And I think they finally take... Wait, they haven't taken him out.
Nope.
He's still alive.
He's still there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's up to Quentin Poly to see if they can survive the push coming through there from Shift 1. But the unfortunate part here for Shift is the zone has moved all the way north. So it is going to require quite a bit of crawling to get themselves back in. I like this approach coming through from the Rich Warriors, though, because it does make things so much harder here for Fate as they do start to push on up. Oh, Hustle getting caught on out. It's up to Dazzler. I don't see much of a response coming through here, especially with the blue zone just nipping at their heels. Oh, the opportunity is there. The play has come on in. Dazzler, oh, doesn't make it all the way on through, and that's it. We got it, though. I mean,
I don't know who picked up the final kill, but it's the Rich Warriors to pick up the winner chicken dinner. Cocket Lamb College escapes, and they should not have been able to do so easily. A couple kills onto the Fate team that just had to swing too quickly, and I don't know how Ecstasy went down. I think it was just Shift 1 who decided, I'm gonna hide and die to the zone instead of giving over a kill point. Can't blame him. But what a play from Shift 1, who was alone, picked up 9 eliminations in the game. At least 5 of them were as an individual, if not more than that. And he picked up a second place finish. That is outstanding.
I mean, as far as I recall, all the hits that we saw coming through for Shift 1, right? All the points for Ecstasy was brought in by Shift 1. So, yeah. I mean, that in and of itself is very, very impressive. Let's go to MVP. I would not be surprised if it was. Yep. Yes, it is. It is Shift. 8 elims, 921 damage being brought in. I mean, what a performance.
So, he didn't pick up both of the kills onto the Liquid players. It was only one of them. Rich Warriors picked up the other. That was the reason I thought Shift 1 died. Turns out he was on the other end of a stolen kill. Feels bad, man. But still, as an individual, I think he picked up 14 points with a second place finish and 8 elims. That is an amazing game. Great job for the Rich Warriors. They should certainly be the most valuable team. We'll take a look to see who the MVT is from Erangel. I'd be very surprised if it's anybody but the Rich Warriors.
I mean, what an impressive play. Of course, now you were talking about the MVT. Let's see who our MVT will be. And, well, there we go. Wow. There we have it. Oh, of course, now up comes the blaze, right? The Rich Warriors are going to be walking away with those double-digit elims, 1,742 damage coming in alongside them. Winner chicken dinners. I mean, this is a great play coming through for the Rich Warriors. What a shift up, all right, from game 1 to game 2. Beautiful change.
I also want to point out that Sting got like 3 points total. They had 19 in game 1. On the other side, in all fairness, Cocket Lamb was fairly consistent between 2 games. They finished with 4th place total points and 2nd place placement out of game 1. Now they are first in both of those equations. 20 points out of game 2. But like, credit where credit is due, it's still 14 points on the other side. We'll take a look at the leaderboard to get the numbers down and precise, because this is through 2 games. Seneca did pick up a few more kills than I thought they did. I think it's 7 instead of just 2 or 3. I think they killed a different team before they took the fight we saw. But still.
Yeah.
Also, look at Western.
Yeah.
Where did they come from?
I mean, it's pretty dang impressive. I mean, Western, they are going to be leading with the most eliminations, coming through on 20. Right, that is a pretty strong average on their side. 10 elims per game on average. I mean, Seneca sitting on an average of 8. Conestoga coming through an average of 7. I mean, these are pretty impressive numbers just off the back of 2 matches. So yeah, this is where consistency is definitely going to pay these teams dividend. But I mean, moving closer towards our final match of the day, this is where I want to see it seem like Western, for instance, now kind of rounded up, right, the placement points. Right, they've shown that they can secure the eliminations, right? No doubt about that. But now we got to see the placement points come in to just really supplement all those eliminations they've been able to find.
I'd also like to see how the teams that are just outside of that top 8 try and play in this 3rd game. I mean, we saw University of California, Davis. They picked up 1 point only again. St. Clair went out with nothing, basically, again. Cerritos died so quickly I forgot they were in this lobby in game 2. And City University of New York had 4 points, 4 kills individually. Fanshaw Toronto did okay, but a lot of these teams are just doing okay. They can't afford to just do okay as we go into the game 3 because George Brown, Georgian, San Francisco, even Queensland Polytechnic are not going to allow them to do so. It's really down to those 4 teams to see what is required when we get into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be quite a bit at stake here for these teams trying to get themselves in. But, I mean, as you said already, right, there's not a big barrier between that left and right side of the leaderboard. So
yeah,
all of that can still change for any of our teams that we see on the right? St. Lawrence, Fanshawe, any of them can still make the shift, make the move, and get themselves up into the top 8. But it's all going to come down to how badly they want it, right? And I know at this point, the last match of your play for the day, right? If your mindset is not there, it is super challenging to get it back, to get yourself into the right state of mind, to push through and play, or rather bring the performance that you need to bring to get you to, you know, where it is you want to go. So yeah, this is going to be, I think, a big make or break, especially for the teams over on the right end, on the right side of the leaderboard, to see if they can shift their minds into high gear and just bring it all out onto the last game.
I mean, game 3 is now a lot more important than ever. It could be down to some of the individuals. That's one thing that Miramar attributes heavily, is the individual skill. But I mean, we just haven't seen that from California Davis thus far. They've been swarmed, their positioning's been decent, but as soon as they take any fight, they just kind of collapse, and they haven't been good at escaping whatever shell they've been put into. That's what I'm looking for out of Miramar, but I don't know if we'll see it, because University of California Davis, again, highest scoring team out of qualifiers, best individual MVP for a team out of qualifiers, and they've got, I gotta grab my calculator for this, 2 points. I decided our break was a good time to do some fact checking. So here are some numbers picking up where I left off based on the qualifiers. University of California, Davis had 127 points between 3 sets of qualifiers, including 72 kills, and 29 of them were from the individual Drizzy. Here, they've got 2 points through 2 maps, which in all fairness is less than they played through the 3 qualifiers, but still 2 points, which is a completely different conversation compared to what we were thinking going in to this set of series. We'll see if they can carry things over. As we head into Miramar, it is the final map of this best of 3 Battle Royale series. I'm trying to light that right there is DK. And I gotta say, DK, some surprises, some disappointments. We've seen both sides very much of that spectrum thus far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely saw quite a few opportunities not quite working out for teams as they would have hoped, and I think that is all part of the process, right? So looking to see whether or not teams can continue with that consistency, get that flow going as much as they either need to or have to. So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic looking at how teams perform when put into specific situations. But of course, you know, we saw Shift 1 coming in, just going absolutely crazy in those last few zones, locking in quite a few ridiculous performances. But I think looking at the angles that we had coming through there from the Reach Warriors, right, that secured themselves that winner chicken dinner, the thing that had worked in their favor there was the sheer number of players that they had in that zone, right? They had the advantage, they had the angles, it worked out. So we got to see if that can be applied yet again, moving into a map like Miramar. Yes, Miramar is a map that would allow for a lot more of that long-ranged engagement, but I feel want to see how the teams are going to be looking to play to their strengths coming into the final map, at least for this lobby.
So I do want to go for a slight clarification. I've done some slight fact-checking of my own and have been maybe reading the chat on YouTube. I do believe the placement points for a couple teams are slightly off. Some of them not properly updated through the couple games. Cocketlam, I don't think there's a way where you can have 15, and Western University has more than 4 because they absolutely just placed second in our game 2. So we'll get a couple of those updated. Hopefully we'll get you updates throughout this 3rd game, and we'll see the physical update at the end of 3 maps. But the same general rules apply with or without those slight inconsistencies. The 3 or 4 teams that have picked up points that were on the right side of that leaderboard need a heck of a lot more, and the 3 or 4 teams that are just inside qualification need to stay with some consistency as we head into our 3rd map of Miramar. This is a big game for a couple of these teams individually, but certainly as we head into finals, because there are some teams that could avoid a big juggernaut like UCD without expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to see how you can look to secure the last few plays or last few chances, right? And I mean, at least for this lobby, this is it, right? Game number last for the day. So everything is going to be riding on this. And of course, you can rest assured the top 8 teams, the points will be verified and double checked and checked again, just to make sure that they've been checked, right? So that everything is exactly where it is. But of course, for those of you forgotten where we've already been today, let's take a look at the map rotation yet again, as this is going to be the same for the next group as well, right? We've started off with Vikendi, we went to Erangel, now we are going to be heading over into the lovely Miramar. This is definitely my favorite map out of all the available maps in PUBG. I don't know about you, TTL, but yeah, I really enjoy this map. So I'm looking forward to seeing the team's performances as they come into this last game.
When I'm watching PUBG Mobile, Miramar is my favorite. In normal PUBG or PC PUBG, I really like seeing Erangel or Vikendi, because Miramar feels a little bit less towards positioning and sometimes more towards who can barely see your toe. But it's really not as impactful when you see it in PUBG Mobile. So for the time being, at least under these patches and on this device, this is my favorite map. I'd like to see how quickly teams try and just swarm others. There are some squads that absolutely need to play like they're chickens with their heads cut off, and others who need to play so conservative it feels like they'd move countries if they were given the opportunity to do so. And some of those individuals, like Coquitlam or Seneca, Western, and even Conestoga, all 4 of those teams are comfortably in the top 4. They could go out and try and ruin a couple teams' day, think to themselves, let's see how many points we can build up, and maybe not allow any momentum built up in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possible strategy for teams to bring on in, right? Because they do possess quite a bit of power, right? They could either go and try and play for those placement points, or they could look to play the upset. And this is where I would look to the teams a little bit further down towards the standings to be in that decisive position. But I think realistically, looking at how close it is, I mean, if Cerritos or Sinclair have one good game this last match for them, they could still make it up into top 8.
We'll see who sends themselves into the top 8 as we head on to Miramar, our final map of this first series of 3. And importantly, this one decides more than just individuals. It also decides who will have to avoid others going into the finals. We took a look at some of the teams in our other semifinal. I'll go through them really quick before we kick things underway. British Columbia Institute of Technology, Canada West or Gunday Esports as they're more commonly known, Algoma University or Fire Esports, Kent State or Road to Death, Seneca's other roster, Seneca Pearl, and Rude Dudes from St. Clair College, the other St. Clair roster I was talking about, and then the second Conestoga roster of Synchronic Esports. There are a couple rosters where you're looking at the names of them plus the name of the school and thinking, I would like to avoid them if at all possible. And the same case is here with St. Clair, where they just have gotten a bad break. If St. Clair doesn't find, I think, 15 points minimum, they probably won't qualify.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of pressure that is going to be riding on their shoulders here. But of course, with it being the map of Miramar, there's a lot of space, a lot of vastness to it. So teams could definitely look to get themselves in some pretty good positionings here. Also, the interesting thing is going to be where that first zone will be revealing itself. I'm thinking maybe potentially to the southwestern side, up in towards Valle del Mar. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. But in the meantime, let's hop on into the players. Ooh, we've got George, the players here from George Brown, now looking to get themselves into a little bit of a back and forth. As you can see, we got STG right here with them. That, of course, being the players all the way from Sinclair. And, well, as you said, right, Sinclair, they need to try and potentially find themselves a few additional points. Ooh, so far it is looking pretty good. Hits now starting to trade their way on through Intimidators. Ooh, got a knock, but are they going to be able to get their teammate rescued, though?
I mean, if George Brown goes down here, even if they don't pick up their teammate, the important factor is they are the very dead last team in the teams that have actively qualified or are actively in qualifier spots. They, A, can't afford to lose individuals, and certainly, B, can't afford to go down as a team without picking up at minimum 4 or 5 kills themselves. I said the point total you need is probably 20 after game 1. It's looking more towards 15 or 16 here after we've seen game 2. Now, the benefit is you have a couple players shooting from a distance, so you have an extra angle, and you're kind of covering Charlie, who's sitting on the roof of this. But by no means this is a comfortable spot for Team Intimidators to be in, because they just can't get out, nor can they allow Charlie to go down without certainly a lot of a fight.
Yeah, and as we do see, of course, then there's going to be the players there from STG starting to just try and outflank this Overwatch coming through here from the Intimidators. It is an interesting position, but now I want to see what Null's doing, right? Because so far we've not seen anything, at least on screen. Ooh, coming through from Null. Null could definitely now come in clutch here, trying to help res their teammate up. But it's now essentially turning onto the side here of Charlie. Oh, Charlie trying to push up. He's only got that 686 shotty in hand. That is not going to be an easy weapon to defend with, especially trying to lock in at the angle. You can see the angle shots the blade. No, Charlie is down, and it's up to Null. Yeah, I think this is it pretty much, right? SCG though, I mean, golden opportunity, getting themselves 3 easy elims. But yeah, for George Brown, it's been a pretty rough start.
I mean, George Brown has 8 points, and they have left it all on the back of NIL, who is alone and still stuck with 16 teams remaining. 15 other teams, but 16 teams remaining. You need probably, I'm going to say it, 5 or 6 points, if not more than that, if you're George Brown. And you need to get all of them from one player who is alone from the beginning of the game onwards. And, I mean, yeah, in the zone, sure, or a shot to get into the zone, but that's a long drive from the far north side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a very, very difficult one. So the ideal here would be to make it up into at least, I don't know, like top 5, top 6, somewhere, top 5, top 4, somewhere there. Yeah, I think that's kind of what they would be aiming for. I'm also just happy to see that I was absolutely smack on right with where the zone was going to go.
Look at you.
5 points to me for that. I feel pretty awesome right now. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to be looking over to a team like I think Dark Esports or even Infinity Reapers, as we can see them just over towards, well, especially Infinity over towards that western side of Los Leones. I want to see what they're going to be doing with that position because we've not been seeing all too much from them over the past few games. So this is going to be quite an important play for them to really utilize the angles that they've got. I mean, that's a good spot, though, to work off of, especially looking at where they've got other teams situated in the vicinity. So there's quite a bit of work that can be done, quite a bit that they can do with the position that they have at their disposal. So I want to see them really utilize that. And of course, as we can see, then also the players here from Dark Esports moving a little bit closer. I think this is where the bridge, or not the bridge, the church, just on the hill over to the east here. I think that could also be a very interesting position, especially for Dark.
I'm looking at this from the perspective of Dark Esports, and they themselves are not in a comfortable position. They've got 5 points. This is Fanshawe Toronto, for all of you who are not looking at the bottom of your screen. They've got 5 points. They need still 15 or so, 10 more from where they are. But that's got to be a decent team-based game for them. They want to try and take a fight or two early, maybe try and get a team wipe if they can find one. But they also don't want to force themselves to wait too long for them to be in the middle of so many teams at the same time. They can't afford to take a fight. You try and play that balance beam of a game where you want to take early duels, but you also don't want to catch yourself out of position. And you want to wait till late game to take those duels, but you also don't want to be stuck in a bad position. It's a very odd balancing act of PUBG.
It's a tough one. I mean, it's definitely not easy, and you know, trying to make the right call at the right time. Whew, that is
yeah,
it's a challenge, right? So yeah, mad respect to going out to these players for being able to, you know, just keep everything going the way it's been going so far. We'll see where this one is going to take them. Ecstasy, they're looking pretty good so far. Western, I mean, we've just been seeing gameplay after gameplay, right? The good performance, map to map, back to back, going through on their end. Shift one definitely being the standout performer from the squad. I'd love to see what the rest of the team can do. You know, in conjunction there with the shift one, you can see the shots now definitely starting to connect on up. This is where Infinity could definitely, maybe, also score a few along the way.
This is a Western University team who is in a good position. They can afford to die here. They'd certainly not like to, but they can certainly afford to go down here. So this is where you can try and play spoiler. If you figure out who you're fighting, maybe go and be a nuisance if at all possible. I mean, there are a lot of options if you're really on both sides here. Now, granted, opposite side of this, Infinity Reapers from City College of New York or City University of New York, they can't afford to give that away. They do have an opening pick, that's helpful. But it's not against Western specifically. And Ecstasy, they don't give up without many instances of a fight.
Well, let's see how much of a fight they'll be bringing on through here. Doesn't seem like Ecstasy is too interested in getting involved with anything really at this point, as they are just you know, rightly moving their way through, trying to swiftly get themselves, you know, all the way out of the positions there up in Los Leones. In the meanwhile, we do see the players there from the Rich Warriors. They're starting to make their way, just about to enter up into zone. Liquid again with the very late rotation. Now, on Erangel, that might have been, you know, a strategy that could have sufficed, but on a map like Miramar, seeing that it is much more vast in area, right? You maybe don't want to do that. So, I mean, Liquid, SCG up in the north, as well as the players coming through there from the side of, you know, Int, definitely want to get yourself all the way back in towards zone as quickly as possible, because, I mean, looking at the Intimidators, right, there's not a lot of them left. So, if you want to survive, well, that's how you're going to do it.
Yeah, it's just one. It's NIL who's alone, the only one left. And again, they're a team that needs points, or they need to make sure other teams don't get points. And unfortunately for them, of the 5 teams that have scored thus far, 3 of them are on the right side of the scoreboard. The right as in direction, not right as in correct. So for George Brown, they need as much help from the teams above as humanly, or in some of these players' cases, inhumanly possible. They're just way too good for that to be normal. I would not be surprised if George Brown realizes, with maybe 10 or so players, maybe 15 or so players, assuming they get that far down, wait, we need a lot of kills and or placement points. We need to rush something, if at all possible.
I mean, it's going to be tough, right? So first we got to see whether or not George Brown can actually make it to that stage of the game. Ooh, beautiful hit though.
Wow.
Fanshawe hitting up into Fate. I mean, and that coming through with a 4-time scope. Good reach on that nade, spotting out an opportunity. How do you say one pronounces this name? It's Dark, and then?
Oh, hold up. I have it sitting somewhere. It's Artie, A-R-T-I-E, like the name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a very close Japanese pronunciation to that.
A very arty way of displaying one's name.
I see what he did there.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, speaking about art, let's see whether or not Fanshawe can take this one to canvas, as they still have quite a bit of canvassing to do, right? They've spotted the one player. They need to find the rest. But are they going to be able to get all the hits landed and, well, get that squad wipe secured as well?
I would be surprised if they just slow things down here. Yeah, you've picked up a down, but in all this time, not only have they realized that they're at risk of taking a separate fight, they've taken inventory of where that's coming from. Everybody's gotten their healing down. It's not like they used any utility to save that. So forcing that issue would be more of a risk than it would be a reward, and more than likely somebody else is going to try and join that conversation sooner rather than later. Jaga trying to take shots from like 450 meters across half the map, it seems, but you really can't see much. For some players, you can't even render that far. In this case, luckily, you saw that hit me there. It only got a couple tires shot out, nothing to kill the ecstasy.
Oh, yeah, see, so,
Jaga's prone. Oh, that's so cool. I love that angle.
See, so the thing is, like, this is how it works in PUBG most of the time. Is if you can see someone, the chances are really good that they can see you too. So, yeah, Jaga, that was a good initial position to start from, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to suffice, right? They're not going to be able to pull that trick back to back. You got to give it up to the awareness, though, coming through from Ecstasy there, right? They're not going to let anybody get the jump in on them. But this is the beauty of a map like Miramar. The sheer range at which these teams are engaging with each other, it's pretty dang impressive.
And the fact that they're taking these fights isn't like spectacular. The fact they're actively landing shots on one another or doing something that would be seen as strategic from a much closer distance, like realizing, hey, that's a hippie van that's probably owned by somebody. I should probably shoot out that set of tires. It's just so many different thoughts going in at the same time. Was the I think the metric is actions per minute in real-time strategy games. I think it's Smite, maybe? Not Smite. There's a game, StarCraft. StarCraft is the one where it's actions per minute. And there's so many different actions that go in. Even while thinking about it for PUBG Mobile. How quickly you move, when the team decides to move, if you decide to go individually or as a team. There are a lot of options, and we've seen a lot of teams make the wrong decisions thus far. In this game, it hasn't cost anybody their lives, at least not to the full team perspective, but for Team Intimidators, for instance, they're down to just one. Maybe taking that early fight up against Sign to God was not the greatest of decisions.
I mean, earlier you were talking about, you know, like how they are able to land these hits, land these shots. But the one thing to consider as well is the size screen that we are looking at is not the same size that they're looking at this, right?
Yeah.
They're looking at this on a phone, a tiny little screen, and they're able to pull off those moves, right? They don't have the luxury of like a 24 or how many ever inch monitor to play off of. So I mean, that already is super dang impressive. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with, you know, the capabilities that we've been seeing from these teams just in this lobby alone. Mavericks, yeah, we wanna see some hits. We wanna see the shots, right? Show us them qualifier performances, because as you pointed out earlier, California Davis, they had only 2 points to their name, and this game also, they've not yet been able to find themselves any additional points.
I'm really focusing on how they're going to try and get those points. Right now, they're in a decent spot, but I said that before. I said, hey, they don't need to aggress, and then they got walked in on by Stig and just immediately collapsed. I think they got maybe 2 kills out of it. No, I think they got 1 total out of it. So it's not like something went in their favor. Sting now seems to be hunting down Liquid Esports. They've picked up 1, it seems, and are looking for more out of it, but it does not seem like they're going to be able to finish anything more than just the 1. I mean, Shift 1 picks up another kill. That's 10 or 9 in a game and 15 minutes, and there's still a heck of a lot more Miramar to play.
Yeah, still quite a bit of a way to go indeed. But let's see if Ecstasy are going to be able to get themselves into any substantial positions. In the meanwhile, Dark also just still exploring close to the church up on the hill. Ooh, this could be the angle. The Mavericks could be in quite a bit of trouble here if, of course, we do see Katam start taking action down on towards them.
Now would be the greatest of times to just realize, hey, we've got an opportunity to jump in here. And with an extra player running away, that's when you know. One thing that's really difficult is when you're an individual or even a team, you can't realize when a team is gone for 2 hours. You don't know when to pounce on them. Drizzy somehow lives through that onslaught of an M4 fire and is able to hide behind a small mound of sand just to be able to heal up. But all this is a good time for Toronto to either pounce on the position outside of Chumacera or decide to go for the kill. Rich Warriors have followed up on Liquid, by the way. We saw them trying to avoid, but Liquid has seemingly brought something back as a nade trades it down.
Yeah, ooh, it seems like it's quite a bit of a trade between both teams. And the big well is going to be cut down also. Oh, there we go. Landing the head in on Drizzy. So the knock has been found. The confirmation almost there. Just 1 or 2 more hits.
I don't think anybody's close.
Yeah, this is, I think, quite a bit of an upset now, right? Mavericks are going to be losing at least 1 player here. Not quite sure where the rest of the team are. Are they maybe going to look to try and just reinforce the angles? Well, we'll find out. In the meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from... Ooh, the Rich Warriors now just cleaning it up as they put a nice little bit of a absorbent cloth down to take all the liquid with them. I mean, they got really close. I'm thinking there's maybe 1, 2 players left still.
Somebody didn't find the correct paper towel brand they were looking for at Walmart. Drizzy does get finished off, by the way. But we're still sitting at 16 teams. That's the important part here. Importantly as well, Team Intimidators still have NIL alive. So the ability to maybe pick up points later on is still potentially there. But that's a lot of potential energy, and not much of it is turned into kinetic energy for all of you scientists out there. They need something tangible to turn into points, because again, they are the team that is on the outside of the real zone of retrieving this game. St. Clair College with 3 points of their own. They're currently sitting at 4. On the other side, Rocket Lamb, they're more than comfortable. They've got 30 plus. But this rotation, I mean, we're seeing it for a couple individuals. Infinity Reapers, they need a lot. Sign to God, they need a lot. NIL is on the far east side of Los Leones. He's like, I don't want to be involved right now. I'll get in there later.
Yeah, I mean, so there's still a world in which we could actually see NIL make it all the way in and survive. I don't know if it's this world that we're in right now, but we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. It's as you mentioned before, still 16 teams on board, right? It's pretty dang impressive to see everybody still being represented as we move into even less playable area as we now move onto the side there, just in between Los Leones and Pecado. Up on the hills we go, and this is where things are going to get absolutely brutal. But again, we were looking at that church earlier, right? And this is where I think that church position is going to come in absolutely clutch.
I would not be surprised if we see a lot of teams rush for that in the next few minutes because of the fact the zone just closed. Sting going for something here. Sayat just lost a player to an ecstasy drive-by. I think somebody just got ran over. Is that Liquid? Is that who I see in that corner there? Somebody's very close. No, it's Ding Ding from Liquid, who I think is either A, alone, or B, with only one other member. Either way, Sting has an inkling somebody's here and may go searching for it. Ding Ding is by no means safe here with a BDS, or DBS, and the M4. And you can see everybody swarming him. He's hiding, making no noise. Hopefully they don't have as good of headphones as he does.
I mean, Ding Ding shouldn't be making any sound. They're remaining absolutely stationary here. So, yeah, I think they should be okay. We'll, of course, find out in due course exactly what is going to happen. But looking at Sting, they got this angle under lockdown, right? Volcano just across the road. We've got Hunter up top. So if Ding Ding was going to try and make a play, try and make a run for it, if they manage to escape that, give that person a high five, because that will be absolutely amazing. In the meanwhile, we look down towards the southern side. It is going to be Fanshawe still keeping a very, very contentious eye on the edge of zone. But we are seeing more teams now also starting to trickle in over towards this western side.
Seeing more and more start to envelop what is the playable part of the zone. Well, yeah, there aren't massive compounds and points of interest in this stage 4 zone. There's certainly a fair few sets of houses that you can play off of. Dark Esports occupy one of them. You can see Ceratos wants to go for it. Sting just found a down, but I didn't see on who it was. But considering it was a down, we know it was not the lone straggler that occupied the other side of that hotel. San Francisco, oh no, it's ZZ caught out for Fnatic and A. And, I mean, that's, what, 2 players down? Who was taking Fua has taken a decent bit of damage, and they're stuck inside a stage 4 zone that's about to turn stage 5. By no means is this going to be a healthy return to the zone or playable zone for him. I think ZZ's dead. Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. The scary part is what is happening?
Infinity Reapers just jump in and wipe them out. That was a completely different fight, I might add. And Sting has found a killer 250.
I mean, talk about getting served up on a silver platter, right? That is what we had just there. But of course, I think the entity with the highest KD, or the highest amount of eliminations for this round, is most probably going to be the blue zone itself, as we can see more players getting ready to succumb to that big bad blue zone. Rich Warriors again with a nice little bit of controlling positions. We can see up on the high ground. I'm not quite sure how this eastern side though is going to play out. As you can see, Sinclair now starting to find a little bit of that momentum, but they are going toe-to-toe here with the side of Toxic for life. Toxic, of course, holding on to the 2-piece, make that a 1-piece. It is all down to Papi as the fake IGL gets control alt deleted. 777 also just holding nice and steadily off in the distance here, but up comes the play. Papi now going to be looking to reclaim the honor for their squad. Oh, there we go, decent hit. Decent sprays. Oh,
No way.
But Ecstasy comes in to steal it right as Puppy landed the knock.
Unfortunately, that's not going to land any points there at the end of the day for Sion. They'll certainly be eliminated. By no means enough points for them. Sting and Fate are taking a duel elsewhere, and they've traded a fair few. This is good, most importantly for teams that need Fate to go down, but they haven't fully dropped. There's the Mavs picking up a couple. T4S dropping down to 2. That's the Force Layers from Cerato's. And we're seeing more and more collapse across this less and less playable zone. More importantly, we're seeing that happen around this ARX side, and Conestoga goes down. That's the Rich Warriors. That is a big team to be eliminated, and a lot of points now available for other teams, as Sting loses a player to the zone.
Well, a big player that we are seeing coming into action here is, of course, a lot of the teams, as you said before, on the right-hand side of the leaderboard. Now stepping up to the plate. Rich trying to make their way on through, but they are not going to make it into the single-digit standings, as they will get swept under the rug. Seneca also going down. So that is Sting, as well as then the players there from the Infinity Reapers, aka the City University of New York, also making their merry way back into the lobby, down to the final 7 teams to see who will make it into the top 8 and who simply won't. George Brown also making their way out of here as they go out in 7th. You can see everybody at least having a few eliminations on board. It is going to be up to Fanshaw, though, to see if they can find a few more, right? Coming in with only 1. And looking at Dark's position over on towards that southwestern side, there is also still a little glimmer of hope for them to do exactly that.
Hey, Valencia College and St. Clair are still very much in this. I think Dark Esports are as well. We're seeing 3 or 4 teams that are on that right side of the scoreboard all be very much in contention. BTX, I think, included in that with St. Lawrence. But St. Lawrence is the most likely team to make it, but they need as many placement points as they can get, alongside hopefully some elimination points onto Ecstasy, who's stuck in front of them. And they're just patiently waiting on the outside of the zone. They don't want to move sooner than they have to. But the problem is, as soon as you do, you're in the line of fire of basically everybody. JP47, nearly everyone taking aim at them. They'll go prone behind a car and a tree. By no means is this a likely spot to live. They are inside the zone just barely. They've got all of a tree between them and the blue, but they're living only for nades to rain in from nearly every direction. There goes Valencia out 6th, and their kill points were not what they needed to be.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but now we are down to the wire. Oh, here we go. Ecstasy now feeling the heat, the pressure. As you can see, BT also now trying to pick up a few of those trades. There's going to be Slayer over towards that southern side, trying to get the drive-by. Does find Dark as D2 gets taken out of here. Of course, now Dark also still trying to find a way on forward. The zone has moved up into no man's land. The nades starting to fly on up. 777 getting ready to mobilize. They still have the full squad on up. Everybody sitting with the elimination next to their name. You see Dark down to Lassie. So Lassie is the last hope for Dark to see if they can make it all the way through. But I mean, this whole entire lobby now separated by one stretch of road, and every side completely occupied, as the teams will have to cross the road to get themselves back into that zone, or at least get very, very huggy with it.
Leslie went down because he was hiding a bush. Scar used the process of elimination to figure out where he was. Ecstasy's taking a fight now with St. Lawrence, who needs to win this, and a few drive-bys of their own. There's Issa Jack diving into the backline, and they'll find the kill. It's Signed to God and St. Lawrence with 777 from Georgian on the far side. All 3 of these teams are vying for a spot. Georgian now the most likely. St. Lawrence right behind them, and Signed to God have a fair few points of their own. But look at the lack of numbers for 777. Scar close range, he'll go down. Georgian's out in 3rd. It's a 1 versus 1, or in this case, a technical 4v4, as it's a full team fight to decide the final winner chicken dinner.
I mean, looking at BT, they were kind of, knocking on the door of the top 8. The players there from Georgian, they were already on the left-hand side where they wanted to be, but look at that. it is going to be St. Lawrence coming through. BT taking that winner chicken dinner. Of course, what a performance it was indeed. Yes.
That's the wrong team. It's BTX. BTX from St. Lawrence pick up the winner chicken dinner in game 3 and confidently lock in their spot. They were the team that was just outside. But outside of that conversation, Valencia was close. Fanshawe Toronto certainly got involved. And the fact that St. Clair picked up a second place finish after having 1 point through 2 games is massive for them. And with Team Intimidators going down without any placement points, if only one, and they didn't have the kills they needed, I think that may be George Brown out, but that is a statement from St. Lawrence going into the finals in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they just decided they won, right? So they came in, they gave it everything they could. And I mean, anything better than 1 point on board is impressive. And they went over and above, right? They got way more than they've been able to secure them in the previous 2 games. But what's interesting to me is just how they decided to play through these games, though. But of course, speaking about interesting, let's take a look and see who our MVP is, our most valued player.
Unsurprising. Jimmy with 6 elims, nearly 700 damage, and from the winning team, no less. That is St. Lawrence. In terms of individual skill showing, they've certainly got it. But as a team, their setup was good. They decided to take the fights when they needed to, rather than on somebody else's dime. And they had such good positioning on a map like Miramar, where that's so challenging. That shows you what they can do on that map type. But the problem is, there's only one Miramar here in the semis. They don't have as many opportunities down the line. Luckily, I think we'll play it twice when we get to the finals.
Yeah, they're going to have the opportunity across both days to show us exactly what they can mount. But speaking about which, though, let's take a look and see who our craziest team is. And of course, well, it is going to be no surprise here either, as we take a look at St. Lawrence, right? Coming into this game, they were sat all the way in 9th position, trying to break their way through, trying to get themselves over on towards that left-hand side. We don't know whether or not they've accomplished that goal. With 15 eliminations under their belt, I think the probability is pretty high, right? Also, just for bragging rights, securing 2,259 damage.
That is a lot of damage for 15 elims. They were just poking and prodding for most of the game, just not allowing any space for teams to really take a breath. And we'll see how effective that is as we take a look at our leaderboard, our final leaderboard out of 3 games in this first semifinal. Western does pick up the first finish, and I think they'll have a few more placement points than they're currently attributed when we go back and do the math. St. Lawrence, with a winner chicken dinner and 15 elims, go up to 31 total points. And Coquetlam, after having 28, only finished with 30. Seneca flatted with 0 after game number 3. And Kwantlen Polytechnic, alongside St. Clair College, are able to lock in the final 2 spots. George Brown only picked up 1 point. Fanshawe Toronto only 5. San Francisco, an unsuspecting team, to pick up a few of their own, but they didn't have enough. They were sitting in a 6th place position. They only had 2 in game 3. They fall to 9th, only a placement point tiebreaker away from qualifying.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to look at what these points are, but yeah, of course, as we mentioned before, we'll have the 100% confirmed points being the determining factor as to who goes to where. But so far, I mean, what a step up, right? St. Lawrence showing just how much of a climb they can secure, hopping all the way from the top of the right almost to the top of the left leaderboard, right? Just falling short by 4 points. That was pretty insane, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, big shout out going out to St. Lawrence. Absolutely impressive stuff coming in. Super clutch performance right in the last game of the day. But as we know, of course, that, as you've mentioned, was our final game for this lobby, right? This group of teams, they are now done, and we'll figure out exactly which of these teams will be moving through. And of course, that only means one thing, right? We've got another group that is going to be coming up as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple returning teams in terms of colleges at least, there's 2 separate Seneca College rosters. We'll see Seneca Pearl and Frostbite in this next game. But Kent State, a big team in the North American campus PUBG mobile sphere. We'll see another Fanshawe College roster, 2 of them actually, one the Villains, the other Unreal Monopoly, and another St. Clair College team in the Rude Dudes. There are still a fair few teams that can make it into this final set, but San Francisco fall to a placement point tiebreaker, and they draw with Kwantlen Polytechnic, but it was the Dark Esports final hurdle in Game 3 that kept them alive.
Yeah, I mean, that is sometimes all you need, right? It's just bringing in that last bit of a clutch play. But at least as we know for this group, right, the clutch plays have come to an end. It is the chance now for our next batch of teams to come show us what they've got. The other half of our semis, right? Was it?
Yeah.
Yes, the semifinals,
Yeah.
right? The semifinals. Yeah, they got to show us what they've got. Who's going to bring it to the battlefield? As you mentioned already, a few interesting names are going to be finding their way on through. I'm looking forward to the Rude Dudes. As we know, in previous seasons, the Rude Dudes, they've performed pretty dang well. So I'm curious to see how that one is going to play out. We got Road to Death coming in as well from Kent State. We have seen them in previous seasons as well. So I think there's a few interesting names here. Also a few names that I've not yet seen, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what the other half of today's games will hold for us.
Yeah, we still got one more semifinal sitting in front of us. 16 new teams, at least to today, but certainly a fair few we've seen in previous seasons. We'll see how they fare with a slightly adjusted roster when we come back in a little bit for another instance of our semifinals here at the PUBG Mobile Campus Championships. Semifinal numero uno down, it's numero dos now up and on the card. Some time to light that right there is DK. Our second semifinal is rearing and ready to go. 16 new teams, but not 16 new schools. We're getting a fair few returning universities and colleges from the United States and Canada in this second semifinal. And DK, I gotta say, I'm pretty excited to see a couple returning faces in terms of team names and a couple returning faces in terms of schools as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. I'm really looking forward to seeing what, a few of these teams are going to be bringing in. Lobby number one. So lobby number one, and not a lot of familiar faces, at least for me, but looking at lobby number two, it is different, and I like it. A few names that I definitely recognize in here. But of course, speaking about recognition, you can also be sure to hit us up on social media, right? I mean, the segue was absolutely on point as we move on into it. As you can see, all the social media tags right there.
Yeah, we got Instagram at Esports PUBG Mobile NA, X or Twitter at Esports PUBG MNA, YouTube, which hopefully you're watching on right now, PUBG Mobile Esports NA, and you can join the Discord that I'm in and, say hi to me. Also, our Twitch is live, twitch.tv/playflygg if you want to head over there, if that's your preferred streaming service. We are heading over there, or we are streaming over there as well. And we're playing for a heck of a lot of money. Now, technically, we're not playing for this cash today. This is going to be played for in 2 weeks' time. But when we get to the finals, first place team walks away with 6 bans. Second will get 4,000. Third, 3,000. Fourth, what gets 1,000. And fifth and sixth both get 500 each. So it's a fair bit of money that's on the cards for this grand final when we get there on November 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting amount that these teams are going to be walking away that share of the prize pool. Of course, speaking of the teams, I think let's take a look and see exactly who we have participating in this last lobby of the day. We've got the players there from British Columbia Institute of Technology. We've got Fanshawe B, aka the Villains. They're going to be making their way on through as well. No, Villains is A, right? So yeah. B must be
Unreal Monopoly.
There we go. I mean, they've got a monopoly either which way. We've got Seneca, another Seneca team in here. We've got another Sinclair teams, as you already mentioned. We got the Centennials also that are going to be coming through as well. We got Portage College. We got the South Carolina Upstate Spartans also in. I mean, it's exciting. Quite a few familiar names, and I'm looking forward to it. All right, Kent State. Woo, road to death. Yeah. Want to see what these teams will bring to the fire.
Yeah, we've got a fair few teams that are very easily recognizable. One thing that I do want to find funny or find notable, University of South Carolina is usually the Gamecocks. However, USC, the other USC, University of Southern California, is the Spartans. So, University of South Carolina Upstate being the Spartans is not only funny because they're similar to another USC, but you'll never guess what town USC Upstate is. It's in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Yes,
well, I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah.
It's in the name, right? The name reveals all. So, yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, a nice little bit of background, right, as to where all these teams are situated. But again, like as we saw in previous seasons, right? Previous seasons we got a few returning teams. We've already mentioned the players there from Road to Death. We've mentioned, quite a few others. The Rude Dudes, right, also going to be making their way on in as well. So I'm open to the possibility of the other teams that we've not seen in previous seasons, right, make it up into the semifinals, because I'm pretty sure they've competed in the qualifiers, but right, we don't see those teams up until they get to this point. So I'm very curious to see how these new name teams, at least in my opinion, right, are going to be performing. So yeah, I'm up for it. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see the surprises come through and potentially even be blown away by some of these teams' performances.
So with a couple returning schools, there's a realistic scenario where there are 2 Conestoga teams, 2 St. Clair teams, 3 Seneca rosters, and 2 Fanshawe rosters. in our grand final, which would be immortally confusing for me because trying to equate school name with team name is already a blunderbath. But now trying to do so with other rosters in the fray. I feel like that's going to happen for at least St. Clair and one of the Seneca rosters. Fanshawe, their only shot is both of their schools in this one. They did not have their Toronto campus make it. This is technically a different Fanshawe campus, but same overall university as a whole. Everybody else is only having one team. Algoma is a big squad that we've seen a few times over. One of my favorite teams that I've seen over a couple different seasons of this. We saw them, I think they've changed their name since they used to be something else, but they are now Fire Esports.
I mean, maybe they'll bring the fire, right? I want to see
Molotovs exist.
Go up against the players from Seneca, right? Seneca College, the Frostbite, right? Fire and ice, that could be interesting as well. But speaking about Wage, in case you forgot, and in case you only joined us now, this is our map rotation that we are going to be looking at. We are going to be stepping into Vikendi for our first map, followed by the lovely Erangel for map number 2. And of course, then, well, we got to dry all that sweat off as we head into the desert for the final map. It is going to be Miramar to close it up for the semi-finals.
I do have to say, the fact that we're getting a little warmer for every single map. We start cold, we then go lukewarm with Erangel, and it goes to a heat wave with Miramar. I love the fact that we go there in order here in our semifinals. This will be a similar scenario when we get to the grand finals. I think we may see Sandhawk as one of the maps. It should be 2 Erangel maps, 2 Miramar maps, 1 Sandhawk, 1 Vikendi. I could be wrong. Fact check me in 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, I can kind of fact check you based on what we've got right now. I think it's just the map order that's going to change around.
Well, because we'll have 2 separate days of 3 maps, because it won't be 2 separate lobbies. It'll be the same lobby twice, and I think that's what we did last semester. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. So only on day 2 are we gonna swap the Vikendi for something else, right? So day 1 of the finals will be this, and then day 2 is where we've got that lovely Sanok coming in, right? Day number last.
Yeah.
Match day number last. Yes, match number last. Yeah, I mean, so we're going to have to wait and see who will last all the way through to the last game of the day. I mean, for that could be applicable right here today. Also for the Sanok, once we get to that on the 3rd as well. So, yeah, in the meanwhile, I think while we have a little bit of time, I'd love to see in chat, right, just who exactly our viewers are here to support, at least in this lobby of teams that we've got playing. So if you saw the name of the school that you're supporting appear on screen just a few moments ago when we're looking at the teams, just give them a shout out in the chat. If they've already played, give them a shout out in any case. I'll have to see who all our viewers are here to support. In the meanwhile, we're just going to be waiting for Vikendi to, you know, make sure that everything is nice and frosty before we start venturing in there.
I just say appreciation where it is certainly due for those working behind the scenes here for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championships. We just get to show up and kind of talk about PUBG Mobile for a few hours, but all of our statisticians, our production team, the observers, and everybody running things behind the scene allow us to get things live and to you mostly on time. I mean, we have a little run of show we like to follow. I think we are right on the run of show, if not 10 minutes ahead. So I know we are actually right on with our run of show. So great job, production staff. Love to see it. Oh,
yeah. Okay. So
as see. I say that. Oh no.
As I mean, yeah, say so that. We just gotta test all of it out, right? So it seems like what happened now on Vikendi is as the plane took off, right, as it just finished, you know, taking off, there was a nice little snowball that found its way into the engine. As you know, snowballs, engines, it's not a good mix. So they have to land the plane a little bit early, you know, buckle everybody back down again. And then once they get up in the air again, once the engine has properly thawed, because that's the thing, they can then remove the seatbelts and start yeeting themselves out of the plane voluntarily, right? So yeah, there's a thin line between involuntary evacuation and, of course, the voluntary one. We like the latter, not the former. So, yeah, we got to do it right. And that's what happened.
I do have a couple plane facts for you. Have you noticed that, I don't know if you follow the United States military, but the United States military routinely uses those C-130s, the one with the propellers instead of like the jet engines. They still use those because, while yeah, they're not as fast, it's a negligible difference, and they get better fuel efficiency. So that's the reason they still use that. And planes do actually have to thaw out. They go through like a whole de-icing treatment because they fly at like 40,000 feet. So what he said is not factually incorrect. As much as it may have sounded like a joke, he's not wrong. It looks like we are going to have to send things away. We had a slight problem with the players joining the game, so we're going to fix things in the back end, allow the people I just gave massive commendations to run their job, and while they do that, we're going to send things to a break. We'll hopefully be back with another instance of Vikendi. We'll see if this one works. Second time's the charm. I believe that's what the kids say nowadays. We've gotten things back underway. We had a few players disconnect. It turns out they were reconnected before we had to refresh the lobby. That's the reason you see some kills on the right side of your screen. We'll figure out where everybody has gone in just a few seconds. But first try, it was actually the charm, I suppose. I'm Time Delight, still joined alongside me here is DK for our first map of our second semi-final here in Lobby 2. It's Seneca Pearl already with a decent start. What's that? 3 kills against the Unreal Monopoly, and one of the Fanshawe rosters already forced to go tuck tail and hide.
This is where we say A, right? Seneca getting themselves in pretty items. Up comes Sportage. Ooh, all right. I like this. Spanjab now having to defend here as they've been reduced down to a 2-piece already. The rush is going through utilities, the nades, everything's starting to fly on up. Let's see here. Are they going to be able to hold on tight? Oh, there we go. The shots have found their way on in, and that is a very unfortunate play though. But of course, as we saw there, right, that was the Colts getting themselves some their fair share of the action. So the team's wasting no time whatsoever here, right? I love this aggression. I mean, this is looking a lot more aggressive than what we had in lobby number 1. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes in. We've already lost 6 players. Panjab is down to just Harmon. We've seen one of the Seneca rosters, that was Pearl, with 3 kills already. The Centennial roster we just saw pick up that 3rd kill was Arctic Talon. That's who you'll see, the only Centennial roster. Fanshawe has which is Unreal Monopoly, and their other roster we'll see later is Villains. Their prefix is VLN. Very easy to skip there, very much. But the Rude Dudes just walking in here on Hanson, and Team TTR needs to be able to stay alive for longer than maybe this next 40 seconds. Great nade finds one for the Rude Dudes, but it's really a 1-for-1 trade with 1 player down on either side.
Well, let's see whether or not TTR can hold their own here. Road to death. We know what they can do, so let's see if they are going to be able to continue with that. Ooh, the nade's now still just flying in. Up goes Brent, beautiful trade. DBS, up in the hips. Let's see where this next one will go. Is going to be the end. Oh, I mean, that is just so dirty. Kent State, off they go. TTR, though, securing themselves those 4 eliminations. They did lose a player along the way, but a very exciting play coming through from them.
So, if I lost 1 player for every 4 kills I picked up, I'd be a very happy man. That's 16 points a game, and you're escaping with nearly 50 points in a best of 3 series. So you're happy right there if you are Team TTR. Road to death is gone early. The team from Kent, Ohio, just outside of Akron, is the first one gone. And with only, 1 point, if I saw that correctly? That is a quick exit for a team we thought would have a lot better of a, I'm not going to say finish, but certainly a start.
Yeah, it was a thing, right? Stuff happened and then it was there. One thing that's pretty good to see though is the consistency of the zone shifts.
I know, right?
It's almost exactly where it was in the previous lobby, right? So, I mean, right, we get to see the teams jump through similar hoops as they make their way into this one. Speaking about hoops though, it is going to be British Columbia Institute of Technology, Team Scar, fly in on through as they come in through that northern approach of the zone, just passing through the first team, passing through the second. Are they going to stop and take pictures? We don't know quite yet, but hopefully they do, because otherwise it would have been a very uneventful rotation. I mean, if not, right, we want to see them get a good positioning a little bit further up into that close to center zone region.
So Seneca Pearl, one of the 2 Seneca rosters here, they are I think the Seneca roster to look after. I was looking through some of the point totals out of the 3 qualifiers here in the second lobby. Hazy led the team with 16 elims. Chucky, who actively has 3, only had 7 through 3 separate qualifiers. But that was a big part of their game. They had nearly 2/3 of their total points based off of kills. Placement was just shy of 1/3, or just over 1/3. So they're not looking for as many kills as some others. We saw University of California Davis earlier, but University of California Davis also didn't qualify, so maybe that's a bad comparison.
But I've got a serious question for you though. Do you think it's Chucky Who or Chucky Woo?
I don't think I can do that voice, so I'm gonna go with Chucky Who.
Okay, yeah. All right, we'll leave it on that, because it's only Chucky who's got those 3 items. So, Chucky Who doing what they should to keep the presence strong here for the team. Of course, I love this position that they've got up here in Tuvar as well, right? Whenever I play Vikendi, this is kind of where I like to go as my starting point for the match, regardless of where the flight path is. So yeah, I mean, Tuvar sometimes it can get nice, hot and sweaty, at least for Seneca Pearl. It's not something they have to worry about right now, because it does seem like the rest of the teams, they've decided to go for a more wider spread, at least through what is left of the stage 1, as the next zone shift has come on through Tuvar, right up in the north of the current phase.
I'm also looking at Tovar, where we didn't think this was going to be a position that would be consistently seen through our 2 maps of play here. And Fresno City, I think they're just on the outside of that, or no, they're just on the outside of Winery on the hill. I don't hate this position. Problem is, if you try and stick too much to this, you could end up getting caught out by a team that's rotating late or rotating through the middle of the zone. Now, it doesn't happen all that often, but it's certainly still a realistic scenario.
Well, that or they get lost along the way, right?
Yeah,
that
could also
the
happen.
thing that happens.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't get lost, right? We like to believe that the teams know exactly where they're going. Yeah, but anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but regardless of that, we still have 15 teams up in the lobby here. Yeah, I mean, Algoma and a few of the other teams that we see also still to kind of find a little bit more of that pacing to go. I mean, Fresno, according to the numbers on the side of the screen, they are leading the pack of the donut pack, right? Their name is up at the top because I think EXE just comes first. So it's a good spot to be in, but now they got to add the additional numbers into that because, I mean, only having 3 teams having scored points so far, it's a little bit scary, but that means one thing to me. Stage 3, stage 4 is going to be brutal.
It's also, as we take a look at the map, going to be a lot more of a tight squeeze if it goes further southeast. It'll be great for Fresno City because they'll be in a decent spot to work with, but they'll also be completely swarmed by a bunch of teams who think Winery is a good spot to sit around. Same with Volnova, maybe corner of Abbey. There's a lot of realistic scenarios here when the zone fully closes, where most of these teams are either A, put out of position, or B, put in a perfect position, but it's not going to help them.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I am seeing as well is that there's not been any major drastic shifts coming through from teams with regards to their overall positioning in the zone, aside from the obvious ones, right? Like the Rude Dudes, obviously they had to move quite a bit of distance because they landed all the way up in the northwestern side of the map. But, you know, everybody else that was already within the zone, there's not been that much movement coming through from anyone really at this point. So that speaks to the confidence in these teams' angles as to where they find themselves situated, right? There's only been one team that's made a little bit of a move down towards, or at least along that southern side. So I'm curious to see exactly how all of this is going to play out for these teams now as they get ready to get cooking with a little bit of the action here. So far, it seems like North Carolina, upstate, at least just working on that that nimble, you know, keeping the fingers nice and relaxed, right? Making sure that everything is loose, ready to go. As we do have Katri, who we saw in the chat a little bit earlier when we were playing in the other groups. Now just waiting nice up top here.
Oh no!
Ooh, this could be it. Pika moving in. Come on, Katri, not say Pikachu, I choose you as the shots start flying on up. Unfortunately, Katri not landing the hit just yet. Pika cooking up a nade. Oh, this could be a nice little bit of a back and forth. Gotta watch out for Chota up on that ridge there as well, right? Definitely could be looking to play the high ground. Play a bit of a vantage point here.
Oh, what a nade. Just like a fadeaway throw. It seems like Pika's going to be able to get away. Fake Pika, more specifically. But Katri had a perfect opportunity there and just kind of jumped a little bit too quickly. Exuberant, sure. Maybe overzealous, also applicable. So, yeah, Fresno City doesn't find a kill there. But the problem now is you saw how much they were facing that south side. Now they can't do so. They have to put a lot more eggs in the basket of this South Carolina upstate, northwest direction. And it feels odd because they had so much wide control of Winery. Now it's all a lot more condensed.
I mean, yeah, it definitely has been a lot more condensed. But I think one thing that could be quite interesting here is now the angle being held by Godless that we saw just reaching up into God and to flash God, right? That's going to be interesting one, but also the addition then of British Columbia that we can see up to the northern side, because if they decide to come investigate, right, this is where it is going to be absolutely problematic then coming through for the players there from South Carolina, because I mean they're going to find themselves in a very hot and sticky situation here.
feels like a lot of players are going to start condensing on this position as Stage 3 starts to close. There's a minute left on it. We see the other Fanshawe roster, the Villains, step up with a down. But, I mean, that fight doesn't seem all that much developed. A lot of these teams are going to go into many points of interest that are just not applicable for everybody. And I feel like a couple of these different teams are going to realize, wait, I am in a good spot, but everybody else wants this spot. I probably could have gone elsewhere, because there's still so much time to rotate for the ones that are already sitting inside the white zone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for those rotations indeed. But you got to be very careful because, I mean, looking at this map, right, we still have 15 teams that are left on this one. So, yeah, I think it could be a very, very risky kind of play if you just, you know, gave up your position unnecessarily. So I think there could be quite a few difficulties that might find their way on through. One of the teams that I was referring to earlier that had made quite a bit of movement throughout the zone was, of course, the players going through from Centennial, as you can see over on towards that southern side. Now they are also then opting for a little bit of that split, right? Keeping eyes on both sides, kind of one up to EXE, the other one all the way down to Portage College. But then again, right, of that zone. Sorry, that is a Seneca Pro, I believe, that we have just on the edge there. So again, the contention starting to build as these teams are now giving up the more edge positions and actually going to be looking to plunge up into zone.
Brief reminder, Harmon is still alive for Panjab from Portage College. He was on the far south side, just sitting outside in the water, or just on the shore of the water. Because it's still in, and this is stage 4 closing, as long as you stay alive there and just slowly creep your way in, there's a very realistic scenario where A, he finds players that are distracted by other teams, or B, he picks up maybe a couple placement points. Sure, not the most likely of things, but we've seen individuals step up in a big way before. I mean, just look at our previous game with Ecstasy at Shift 1, who really changed the scope of how that second map had finished. That could be just the individual that steps up.
Yeah, it very well could be. So, you know, there's a lot of potential coming through for each of these individual performers that we have right here. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Conestoga keeping it nice and quiet up on towards the northern edge, as they still have Algoma also just there ahead of them. Fire Esports, not really going on too much of a tangent here just yet. They have found themselves that one elimination. Of course, the players here from Conestoga, they could also definitely benefit from finding a few more of those, but they're going to have to, you know, synchronize the Synchronic Esports team into securing all those eliminations. And meanwhile, the Pearly Whites up on the opposite northern side here. Chucky Hu keeping a very close eye.
Chucky, it seems like Pearl is very familiar with how they're trying to move once this next zone starts to close. I mean, a 400-meter run basically straight south is not going to be the most comfortable thing. You got Rude Dudes to one side. I think that we saw South Carolina, or no, it was British Columbia IT on the opposite side of that. That was Unreal Monopoly as well. We're just kind of sprinting through this. This is an odd position for Seneca to be in. Great shot. Kills Chopra. Talk about Unreal Monopoly. Say goodbye to one of those two Fanshawe rosters.
Yeah, that was Unreal Monopoly with an Unreal hit getting ended right there. Ackerman also now getting dropped. So let's see whether or not Chucky and the rest of the pros here are going to be looking to get themselves all the way back into the zone. As we can see up on the map, there's nobody here to contest anything, at least not in their immediate area. I think the more immediate threat is, of course, going to be coming through from that western or eastern side, rather. But, yeah, only time will tell. Up they go. Lexi and the rest of the team making their push. I think this is where the map knowledge also really comes into play, is how well do you know these angles and where would be the more opportune position to take if you're looking to ride your way all the way into that winner chicken dinner.
I feel like some of these positions are just avoiding fights early and allowing other teams to set into a duel and then stepping up to a point of interest once those teams start to set up for longer range fights. Here's one of those, Fresno City from EXE and Rude Dudes from St. Clair up with one another. Fire Esports somehow just went down to some of the play zone, and we're seeing Fresno City in between 3 or 4 separate teams. I mean, TTRs to one side. I think we just saw another set of Rude Dudes below them with ATN on the far half of this southern zone. There's a lot of teams all in the same general area.
Yeah, that is definitely what we have going on right here. Ooh, yeah, you gotta watch them angles. Gunda reaching in. Scar now. Ooh, in quite a bit of trouble here. It's down to Dill. Dill, of course, after getting the pickup here, finds one Savage on Overwatch. Trying to see if they can spot anybody else. But Hankuku, I think that we have just over towards that eastern side. That is a pretty OP position to be holding. But up comes the rest of the squad now, right? This is going to be the villains moving in, trying to claim as many eliminations as they can. Ultron finds one. Scout out, rather, getting one in as well. South Carolina upstate, right in up on the high ground. Essentially still holding on to a 2-piece here, as you can see. Yet another knock finding his way on in. I think the best play here for Flash would maybe just be to maybe get up into zone.
I mean, the problem is here for South Carolina upstate is they're taking too many fights at the same time. Their resources are spread well too thin. Flash God should not be retrieved and will more than likely die here, and does. Nice kill there for Seneca Pearl. But that should not have been a scenario that they put themselves in. Faison in a decent position, but he's stuck on the backside of a rock with 2 or 3 members of the Spartans on the other side of it. British Columbia Institute of Technology will be dropped by the villains, and Scar Company is removed. We're down to 11 teams, and more individuals keep falling at the same time.
Yeah, Dr. Doom just took down the whole entire squad with one grenade. One grenade to rule them all. Chico also quickly just falling back, needs to get themselves patched up, but they've also not yet quite made it all the way up in towards zone. And again, this is going to turn into a big fight of attrition, as we do see players there from Algoma also then making their merry way on back. They're still got to watch out here. We do have EXE waiting in the wing. So Fresno City could definitely look to play quite a bit of an upset. Up comes CTR as the players here from Hansen trying to get themselves back on their feet. Is going to be Bath and Prinslor just barely holding on to the edge of zone. But again, right, there's not much here to make anything out of. As you can see, it's just hills, and once you get kind of up onto the top of this hill, it's just going to be so many scopes lasered down on into you. And oh, yeah, see, that is a very similar fate that could now await the players here from DTR.
The Rude Dudes are the last team to exit without placement points in this first map. Seneca on the far side, decent shots through, and they will be removed. That on that hall, like the farthest of distance, was Frostbite that was kind of taken out of that engagement. And they should have been able to stick a little bit longer. Somehow Arctic is still alive for those extra couple seconds, and then somehow it's the car explosion that removes them in 7th place. By no means is that now a comfortable position on the opposite side of this building for 4 new hustlers. They have kept J-Star alive for an extra few seconds, but sure, it'll probably only get them an extra placement.
Well, let's see if that extra placement will be awarded to them. Meanwhile, things are not looking all too great downstairs here. South Carolina needs to find a way out of here. Godless waiting in the wing. This could be Chota getting choked up. Oh, the bait needs to come on in. Oh, yep, there we go. Quick little bit of a stumble there. South Carolina, Chico though, looking to clutch it out, finds the first. 3 more to go. Absolutely encircled as EXE step on in and swept them right under the rug. Meanwhile, it's going to be Canada West, as you can see. Gunda, oh, Sook getting dropped. Scarface, Karen, and Jazzy need to show them hands and, well, maybe just try and lock the zone down.
Yeah, but Hansen has been picking up a few kills that we really didn't see them immediately involved in. And because of this, Gunday and company have kind of been put out. There's 0 kills, by the way, for Gunday, despite the fact they are now a top 4 team as of right now. Centennial slightly removed. I mean, Fresno City's trying to break into this, but it's a 2 versus 3 versus 4 versus 1, and it's just not going to work in their favor. I would not be surprised if Kidu just kind of gets shot out here. Luckily, that's a downed player in front of him, not a living one, or he certainly would have gone down. But this is just not great when you have still an isolated individual on the opposite side of this hill.
I mean, good read here going through by Kidu. You know, trying to get the nade through the window. Unfortunately, bathroom rules do apply here, so it can only go in through the window. It can't pass all the way through. But there is a Gunda though. I mean, you can see the support is there, forcing Kiro to the one side. Beautiful reach coming in here. Of course, if they can just keep Fresno City on these outskirts, the blue zone will do the rest for them. You can see Jazza also now just getting themselves patched on up. There could be still quite a bit of a play at hand. I mean, for EXE, Country also just keeping it very, very quiet, right? We've not seen much coming through from Country on this position just yet, but there is an opportunity for them to potentially maybe flank up towards that northern side, but they're going to have to try and smoke it up, or at least distract the players here from Gunda, if that is what they want to do.
At this point for Fresno City, it is keep your distance and hope the other teams start to fight one another. The problem is you could be getting flanked yourself, and they're not particularly aware of it. Watch this map, the little green circle down below, still with Team TTR with an individual. Yeah, Gunday has the player advantage with 4 of their own. Great Molotov should force them back to collapse themselves, but it jumped through a little overzealous there for Kiju. And Jazzy seems to be okay. Somehow gets shot around the side of the window frame. So a 1-for-1 trade for the time being, but Sook goes for a shot of his own. There goes Fresno City in 4th place, and Gunday have all the advantages they could hope for, and arguably a little bit more. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1 with Team TTR on just that lone survivor.
I mean, Gunday, they are sitting pretty on this one, right? They don't have the craziest amount of eliminations, but they've got a very controlling position here. As we do say goodbye to Hansen, aka Team Triple TTR, right? I don't know, Triple T. Anyway, but yeah, that is now down to our final 2 contesting squads. It is going to be Fanshaw, the villains, up against Canada West Gunda. Oh, jump shot coming through here from Sook. Sook gets dropped and down they go. That is going to be it. It is going to be none other than Gunda that are going to be reigning supreme, coming in clutch, getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. Canada West. Wow.
It's just Gunday Esports playing about as well as they could have, despite the fact they don't take early fights. Again, there were 4 teams left, if not 5, and they had 0 eliminations up to that point. But they realized they don't have to. Remember, placement points are very much a factor here, and 10 of those for a winner chicken dinner will offset maybe the 3 or 4 kills they would have gotten otherwise, while still risking a heck of a lot more. We'll see who the individual MVP is. I'll be very surprised if it is a member from Gunday, because they just did not get involved as early as some of those other MVP or more individual teams. And it was Villain, Dr. Doom from Fanshaw with 6 elims and just shy of 1,000 damage as an individual.
But also take into consideration 4 of those 6 came through with 1 nade.
Wow.
1 nade. Just claimed lives all over the place, right? We did see that coming into the last, in the last zone. It was going crazy in that elimination feed over on the left-hand side of the screen. But yes, no surprise to see Dr. Doom coming in with a boom of those 6 elims and 992 damage. Looking pretty hot, pretty tasty. But now comes the big question, who's the MVP, right? Who is our OP team? Coming in at the end of our first match for this group, it's going to be none other than the players here from Fanshaw A, aka translated into, of course, then the players coming in for the side there of the villains, right?
Yeah, the villains with 9 elims as a team. I mean, 6 of those all from Dr. Doom, plus the 6 placement points. They will take a 15-point game 1. I mean, we saw two separate teams with more than 15 points back after game one of our first semifinal. But credit where credit is due. That was not an easy lobby, especially in the final 4 or 5 teams. We'll take a look at the leaderboard to see who else is in that higher echelon. It would not surprise me if Canada West has about the same. Yeah, they do. Now, they're higher ranked right now because placement points mean more than elimination points. Keep that in mind for later because it did matter in our first game. Fresno City find 11. That's a very good game for them. Hanson have an outstanding finish. That's Team TTR, who had 14 on the finish. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, with Hanson, they really did not have a lot of help from outside sources.
No, not all that much. So, I mean, it's been a pretty impressive push coming through from the side of Hanson. Fanshawe also, right? You got to give it to them as well. One of the only other squads to finish on 9 eliminations, right? Yeah. Just like a cough away from hitting those double digits. But a very, very impressive play coming through from these teams regardless. But I think now the big question is going to be, how can these teams translate this into game number next, right? Because we're going to be moving into Erangel, right? And I think that's where things are going to get quite interesting, based solely on what we've seen in the previous lobby.
I wouldn't be surprised if game 2 is very similar. I mean, I kind of talked about this after game number 1 of our previous series, but going into Erangel, it's not that different to make it a completely moot point of a game 1. And it was also down to some of the individuals. I mean, St. Clair and Kent State, the Rude Dudes and A Road to Death. Those are 2 teams we were looking for in this one. They had 1 kill each, and they just kind of got out-team fighted early in this game. Yeah, those could be individual differences. If we're going to see massive changes between this game and our next, watch for most of the teams on the right, because it came down to just 1 team fight, and occasionally that's where it really can cost you. If you get down to later game, maybe that's where you flourish.
Yeah, and I mean, we're in the position now where there could be quite a bit of an upset, right? Because as we saw, the bottom of the left-hand side is 4 points. The top of the right-hand side is 4 points, right? So anything can happen. One good game from any of the teams on the right-hand side can put them at the very tippity top of the left page. So yeah, I think game 2 is the more volatile game, because it could swing either which way. And then, yeah, I think it could be quite a bit of a determining factor. But as we've seen, it's not over up until the end of the 3rd game, right? Because it can go all the way to the bank and back and there again. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see what these teams will be bringing in.
Yeah, it's very easy for us to say after game 1, oh, this team is almost certainly qualified. But that means that after game 3, all you need is 1 good game to be able to qualify. 1, 2, or 3, it doesn't matter which map it happens on, but we've seen it happen before. A single instance of showing up can change the scope of your qualification odds. We saw that for St. Clair back in our previous series. We may see it for them here in this one, but we've got to wait till a second map to do so. Erangel is up next. It'll be the second time we see it. It'll be the last time we see it here in these semifinals. Hopefully, some tides turn for the teams that occupy the right side of the scoreboard. On the other side, they are looking for it to stay the same for those on the left. We'll see if that is indeed the case when we return. is a tale of two completely separate stories in game one. Sometimes individual skill will get you the way you need, at least for kill points, but on the other side, it's waiting and waiting, playing the team game and taking a few kills at the tail end of the game for a winner chicken dinner. And that winner chicken dinner, a massive to close out Vikendi, kind of sets things up for Erangel, because we really weren't expecting Gunday to just sweep in and take the remaining 4 or 5 kills to close out Vikendi, and yet here they are with that and the victory.
We weren't expecting that. I mean, yeah, like it was a surprising step up from them. But I mean, it's no surprise really to see them kind of pull a move similar to that. I think we were kind of expecting it to come based on the performances that we've had in previous seasons from the University of Canada West. So yeah, you can definitely see a little bit of that experience now starting to show out on the battlefield. It's all going to come down to what will happen once we set foot on Erangel, right? They can now take off all those thick jackets because it's not snowing anymore. We're warming up a little bit, as you said before, heading over into Erangel, and it's going to be the bread and butter. Hopefully that butter will melt rather quickly. The teams can get themselves all well accustomed and situated and whatever else they need to do to get themselves into the points. And I mean, again, right, the opportunity is there, as we've said, for the teams on the right-hand side to migrate over towards the left-hand side. And I think in a very rare occasion, I don't know what the odds of it is, but there's a very rare occasion where all the teams from the right can all migrate to the left, and then there's just like one page and instead of having splits on pages. But I don't think that happens in this universe. Whatever.
I think we just have to reformat a Photoshop file if we really wanted to try and do that.
Yeah.
I don't know how
they can fit them all in one spot. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one. Based on what we saw happening over in the lovely Vikendi, is there any team in particular, TTL, that you think is going to be like really popping off coming into game number 2nd?
I don't know if really popping off is the right phrase for this, but I feel like Frostbite is a team I want to look for. They didn't have the greatest showings in game 1, only 4 points. It's the other Seneca roster for all of you unfamiliar. I feel like if they don't get like kind of clipped out of this first 10 minutes, have a decent shot later on. The sustainability for the team was pretty much there. They kind of just got called out on 2 or 3 separate occasions, and sometimes that's timing. Welcome to Battle Royales. But it's how you recover. It's how you try and redeem yourself in following maps. And that could be the case here for Seneca, or they could just be a dumpster fire again. I don't know.
It's difficult, right? It's a tough one, and there's only going to be one way for us to find out, right? We got to get in there. We got to see what the teams are doing. We got to see how the rotations, everything is going to be working out for them as well. And of course, luckily, we don't have that much longer to go to see exactly what the teams are going to be doing. I think Erangel is going to be where it's at. The zone that we had in the first match of the day, though, that was quite an interesting one. The first Erangel of the day. It started over on towards that eastern side, making its way all the way across towards the western side. Again, not a super decisive flight path. I'm kind of low-key hoping for the teams to get a similar effect moving into this map as well. Right, the flight path not really preferring any particular side of the territory, which of course is one of the other differences that we have between Erangel and Vikendi. Right, Vikendi, once that zone pops, it's crazy. Right, it loves to move to the extremes. Erangel, it's a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more chill. So yeah, I think it would also help for the teams to just get a little bit better pacing and maybe a little bit more confidence, at least making their way down.
I think the important part there as well is Erangel can set you up very well if you set yourself up for success to start. I think I talked about this earlier with the Seneca roster, who kind of took a late rotation. It worked well for them because they found pretty good timing, but it's not like that's going to be a consistent factor. That was Sting, by the way, in game number 2. It's not like that's going to be a consistent factor when you move into games 2 and 3 here, where those late rotations are always going to work in your favor. Sometimes finding an early rotation to an undervalued point in the active play zone is a lot better than trying to go for a late rotation into a more valued position, because you can still go for that more valued position, just don't rotate so late because it leaves you more susceptible to wide open shots, people trying to drive by you instead of the vice versa scenario. And it's much easier in PUBG Mobile to shoot players out of cars even from distance than it is in PUBG because you got like slight aim magnet. And it's very difficult to drive past a full team unscathed. And we've seen that a lot today.
I mean, sure, right. It is. I get what you're saying. Because it's on mobile, there's certain things that just maybe sometimes makes it a little bit easier. It also depends on the settings that's been put onto the lobby, right? If that setting's off, it's off, right? Yeah. So it's just as difficult, which I think is most likely the case here. But yeah, I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to really bring it home, moving into this last game. I'm also just looking now onto the players from Vikendi that we had in the previous season, right? They actually performed quite well in the previous season, where they made it all the way up into the grand finals, and still being able to secure themselves those 13 eliminations. It was a little bit of a bumpy play, but you know, still 13 elims, pretty decent chunk of change that they were able to secure on that one. Yeah, I want to see how all of that experience now is going to translate on through. Of course, speaking of which, let's take a quick look at our map list. In case you forgot, or in case you are just joining us, we've already done Vikendi. We are getting ready now to move over into Erangel. And of course, the last map of the day is going to be the lovely, dusty dunes over on Miramar, aka the desert. So we'll see pretty soon what those will bring on through. But yeah, TTL, any expectations or any, I don't know, predictions you want to make coming into this one?
I don't know. I was looking back at the spring, back on April 6th and 7th, for all of you who may or may not be familiar from our previous campus championships. And there were a few rosters and teams where you're like, hey, I kind of didn't remember them. Fun fact, University of California, Davis had 2 of their players swap, but they mostly had a similar team. I mean, Algoma coming back, St. Clair with the Rude Dudes, same case. But they made a couple adjustments as well. I'd like to see Erangel shape up for the teams that we've already kind of seen over time, because this flight path could change how those more historic teams here at the PUBG Mobile Campus Championships try and drop. And it seems to be mostly north to south, starting around Ferry Pier or so.
Well, I mean, it is a change, right? And a change is good as a holiday. So let's see who's going to be packing their bags, going on quite a bit of a trip. I mean, this is an almost vertical flight path, which is, I think, pretty great. It does cut off quite a bit over towards like Malta, Lipovka, Prison, Shelter, all those regions. But there's nothing that a quick rotation of vehicle can't fix, right? Just up yourself into a car and, you know, Bob's your uncle, there you go. It's going to be a happy day. So, yeah, let's see what will happen. Does seem like we're going to be clicking okay as the players continue to make their way on through. Of course, just a little bit of a test play to see there if everything was indeed okay. Yeah, and well, there we have it, right? So the plane worked the first time around. We'll see if it will continue to work, and of course we'll find out pretty soon. But I gotta say though, what was your thoughts on that flight path, seeing that it was mostly water where we started?
I mean, it is mostly water, but you lead up through a very like decent part of this map because it's slightly northeast-ish. You still bring in Yasnaya. If you really want to try and long drop it or go find a couple cars early, you could go to Milta. I would not be surprised if a team or two drops Sosnovka and ends up going around that southeast side up towards Milta. Georgia Pole is still very much in play. I'd say the only real massive point of interest that is not in is probably the far side of Novo Rapidnoye, I believe is the way you pronounce it, or Milta Power, at least not early. We'll see if that is the case. We're going to try and send it to a break, see if we can fix things behind the scenes and immediately go back to that same lobby. We've done that once. I don't know if we're going to be able to escape with a second, but we'll find out when we return. Seems like this time we did unfortunately have to restart the lobby, so maybe a new playing path will be in front of us here, DK. I'm Time Delight, that is DK, but with a new twist on our second map of Erangel here in our second semifinal.
New twist. Right. Okay. We'll take twists and we'll twist them up and see where it spits us out as we are, as you said, getting ready for another take on Erangel. I don't know if this is technically our third Erangel for the day, but whatever. It is going to be exciting regardless. To see what the teams are going to be doing, we'll find out. Either it's the second or the third. It's going to be a surprise either which way. But yeah, I think the teams should be all prepped and ready to go. I believe all the seatbelts are on. I don't know where I put mine. It's here somewhere. But at least I'm not in the plane myself, so everything should be okay. Yeah, I think it's just down to how the teams are going to be looking to kind of continue the flow that we had in Vikendi, right? Can they maybe pick it up, especially like for the teams that might have found themselves not with the amount of points that they would have wanted to get off of game number one. Of course, this is where the opportunity then comes in, moving up into Erangel to do exactly that. But yeah, I'm really curious as to whether or not the players there from Gunday are going to be looking to continue with that flow, whether or not we're maybe going to see the Rude Dudes, you know, pick up a bit of flow, maybe even Frostbite, like you've mentioned before, if they're going to use this opportunity to really step up and, you know, just blow us away with their amazing skills as they find it out on the battlefield. Of course, only one way for us to find out, right? We are going to be making our way over into that. So before we get there, TTL, where do you think the flight path is going to take us?
I'm thinking northwest from like the far southeast side of this is not from military base, but I'm also wondering how this kind of delay differs for things. I was like so dead wrong. We're going southwest from the northeast. I don't think I could have been more wrong. But as we take a look at our map, I want to know how this delay has changed the team's outlook on this game. It has been nearly 25 minutes since the end of Vikendi, so that kind of throws a slight spanner in the works of how these teams are prepping for this map.
Yeah, it does make things interesting. You can surely say that. But yeah, as you mentioned, we are going to be looking to see how this will affect them, whether or not any of this is going to have any kind of, you know, influence on their performances whatsoever. Of course, only time will tell once we see where the teams go down. But the interesting thing is with the reach of this flight path is the teams can now reach spots that they couldn't reach in the previous flight path, right? But in the same sentence, of course, it's cutting off that whole northwestern side. Well, the west and the northwestern side of the zone. But as we know, quick vehicle grab, and you can get yourself situated pretty much anywhere that you would like to go. Rude Dudes, pretty consistent though. In our test run, we'll call it that, they went right over towards the military island. That is exactly where they're going right now. Lebovka already starting to pop off. As you can see, a few shots already finding their way on in. And of course, we got the players all the way from South Carolina duking it out with another team. And of course, it's Chucky Who that's coming in here right there with them. So yeah, I like the upsets.
So they're like 3 or 4 teams around Milta and Milta Power. We saw the Lepovka fight. We'll hop in on that. That's Seneca Pearl up against the Spartans from South Carolina upstate, and Punk just kind of escaping already. Hazy's the first one gone. MVP for the team out of our first and second qualifiers. Did fairly well in the third, but not nearly as well as he did in qualifiers 1 and 2. We also see the Rude Dudes up against Scar from BCIT, and it seems like the Rude Dudes are finally looking okay. I mean, they've got a kill. It's not going to change all that much, though.
That's Road to Death.
Oh, you're
That's
right.
Kent State. Ooh. The Villains and Fire also now getting into a little bit of a back and forth, right? So there's going to be Algoma and Fanshawe College A having a little bit of an argument, as we can see right here on screen. So who's going to be the one to clutch it out? The Villains still holding on to a full 4-piece. There's going to be Fire slowly getting snuffed as they've got Clutch down on their knees. That could be Nike now getting checked off the board as well.
Yeah, with this different flight path, there are a lot less points of interest all really in play, Milta being one of those big ones. So this fight is for a lot of real estate control, and both these teams very much know it. Fire and Villain, it seems like Ultron just slowing down, playing patiently, and it's going to work. He's going to try and jump around this corner. Problem is he's going to do so just to bait his teammate in. Good shotgun for the first shot. He'll swap for the spaz and try and reload it, but doesn't swing in time. He's got another player walking up against him as well, and Fire escapes with 2 or 3 kills, plus they'll find the res. It's down to Hankuku, and Dr. Doom isn't in close enough proximity for the immediate fight, so it allows Fire time to reset.
Well, they are definitely looking to rekindle themselves. Let's see whether or not, yeah, Hankoku can get it. So that's 1. Still need 2 more. Out comes Dr. Doom. They do find a beautiful, beautiful play there. I mean, you got to give it up, though. The Villains are coming in clutch here. Not clearing it out just yet, so they're not out of the woods. But let's see whether or not the Villains can, well, upset the heroes here. It's going to be Hankoku and Dr. Doom looking to avenge their teammates. And it's just 1, right? That's all they've got left. 1 more player, I believe. Maybe potentially 2 to find up top. But it's all going to come down to how these shots could align.
It should just be 1. The problem is this is taking a lot more time than they can afford. And the more this rages on, the longer more players start to join the fray. Dr. Doom was the one that found that shot. I thought it was Hankuku. There is a second player somewhere. Are they still in the top 4? Yeah, they are. But there's the double barrel. You were right. There was a second player. It's Algoma to go out early. And Fire Esports, the first team removed there on that side of Milta. We'll head back to Lepavka, where it's still Seneca Pearl against the Spartans from South Carolina Upstate. And it's still Pearl just -1, but South Carolina Upstate has downed 1, or had 1 player downed themselves, but they have picked them up and are back to full strength.
I mean, so this could be quite an interesting play now, especially coming through here for South Carolina Upstate. Right, we are to see what the Spartans can do. Are they going to kick into high gear, or will we see Pearl just roll right over them? I mean, it could definitely go either which way, right? Ooh, look at that. It's going to be the Rude Dudes. Very rudely getting just ripped out of their vehicle as Stone Cold comes through with quite a bit of a spray down here. Let's see whether or not Manny is going to be able to find a little bit of a response. I love this back and forth. Beautiful trade. Dark also gets a confirmation in there. And that just alleviates a little bit more of the pressure here now for the squad from Sinclair to get themselves a little bit more situated here. But again, right, it's just pressure, pressure, pressure.
I apologize if you all heard Stewie Griffin saying, "Mom, mommy." That was my mother calling me. I texted her that I'm working. I'll call her back. That's on me. My bad, y'all. Seneca kind of having a few isolated individuals, and with Chucky Who on the top floor here, could just be walked in on. Nades are being prepped. Watch for this through the window. What a nade. Forces Chucky down the stairs, but nobody's there to capitalize off of it. It was a couple good nades. There's the swing. UMP, they didn't see him. Somehow Chucky gets one and then escapes with his life, and still HP to spare. Swaps to the shotgun, but poor timing will cost him his ever so dear life. And that may cost Pearl more than just a second player. Punk is low. Flexi almost shot at him. What in the world? Does he know that's his teammate?
At least friendly fire is not a thing at this point
True.
of the composition. But yeah, Flexi definitely not in a very easy position here. I like the fact that Chico is just locking up quite a bit of pressure here as Pika rather follows through. Gets that play secured, and now Flexi, I'm not quite sure whether or not Flexi is going to be able to make it out of this one, especially with a 686 in hand. You know, very limited options with regards to the shots. Only got like 1 mag in the QBZ here, so yeah, talking about tough odds. This is exactly where Flexi now finds themselves. So gotta play the best game of hide and seek I think that they've played in quite a while.
This is where you find a tub to hide in and just sit there for a little while, because this is just not a winning duel. If you're seen, you're dead. If you're heard, you're probably also dead. And I don't even know if they finished off a kill. From the circles that I see on the map, it seems like that the Spartans are at full strength, and I didn't see a kill total for any of those individuals. And that's a problem. It's another instance of just not finding the capitalization you could have had with the offerings you were given. Sure, Seneca Pearl didn't have the greatest of starts back in that one, but I mean, coming out of the first game, they still had 5 points. It was 5 kills rather than 0 kills.
I mean, points are points, I guess, at the end of the day. Unfortunately for Flexi, none of those points are going to be coming their way as, well, we move up, right? It's going to be Upstate, playing the upset as they walk away with those 4 eliminations. They named 14 teams still remain. But I think the big question is now, where are these teams going to be looking to move towards, right? It's been a hot minute since we last saw the map. And, you know, gotten a good look at exactly where these teams could look to move towards. Gunda, of course, as we know, the team that got themselves that glorious chicken dinner. But are they going to be able to replicate those efforts yet again?
I don't know if they're going to have that same ability to pick up early picks. I feel like that's the problem for them. If they don't find as many early duels, maybe not in this series. I mean, obviously, they've already picked up the opening winner chicken dinner. They've had a fair few kills alongside it. They're fairly comfortable here. Yeah, they need more points, but they're fairly comfortable. The thing I'm worried about for them is once they get to grand finals, assuming they make it there, which they absolutely should, they need to play a lot earlier in some of these games because they're giving up too many points just to play a little bit more patient, which is right now objectively the correct decision because you're only playing for the top 8. You don't need every single point that's offered to you, but you certainly like it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say no to points, right? It's like someone looking to give you free money. It's like, well, we smile and wave and say thank you, and that's it, right? Points are points at the end of the day. Scarface and the rest of the players here from Gunda now just trying to get themselves secured in a decent position. Of course, we are going to be waiting to see where stage 2 of the zone shift is going to be taking us, and I mean, Conestoga and a few of the other teams a little bit further down the board. I think this would be a golden opportunity for them really now to start looking at amping up the momentum, right? Really looking to get that ball going. I can't believe I forgot momentum, right? But I remembered the word. High five to me as we now look to see where the next zone will be taking us. An interesting play also coming through there from Villains. Rudu all the way down to that southern side, and of course even further down towards that far southern side is where I'm not quite sure if that's all that we have down there, or is it Frostbite all the way on that far southern side down in Novo?
That's Frostbite. The SE colon is the Frostbite. We've lost Pearl already. That was on the Hovka side. But 4 new Hustlers, I think they may have heard that fight earlier with the Spartans. You can see they're kind of gatekeeping the Spartans on the road into the Yasnaya from Lukovka. So keep an eye on that, on what could be a fight, and maybe even the next 10-15 seconds on that rotation. It's entirely possible we also see the Spartans go even further south and decide to try to avoid the early part of Yasnaya. The problem is with this zone, you don't want to be in Yasnaya because you're basically going to have to rotate into a single road or up a mountain. Neither of those are fortuitous for you. And that kind of removes what's south of Yasnaya. So it's a lot of the playable zone, playable in quotations, that is not favorable because the teams know that the zone's not pulling that far right from its current position.
I mean, I guess it's a fair assessment to make, at least with what the teams could and could potentially not look to play at this point in time. So it's a tough read, but we'll see. Maybe it works out, at least positional wise. In the meanwhile, for the players here from Scar, they're going to be finding themselves in a nice little bit of peace and tranquility up on towards the northern side of zone. That, of course, under the condition that they don't venture too far out from where they currently find themselves, because they've got neighbors just over the hill. So definitely got to watch these positions. Does seem like Ashu is going to be looking to scout things out a little bit more. I think this is a good call, right? Better to know than not to know and get completely surprised all of a sudden.
Speaking of the aforementioned Seneca roster, by the way, they're gone, removed, wiped off by the Villains. So Fanshaw is picking up 6 points in this one, at least one of the 2 rosters. The other one hasn't done all that much, but they really don't have to just yet. Yeah, Unreal Monopoly would like more, but there's still 13 teams remaining. But think about that. The two Seneca rosters, both of them were thinking, hey, they've got a decent shot at picking up some points in this one. They're gone in 16th and 14th in game 2.
Wow. I mean, that's quite unfortunate, but, you know, c'est la vie, no? C'est la vie. Well, on the other hand, also, I'm looking through the teams that we still have in this match, right? And there's a team that I'm looking to see what they'll be bringing in here, and that, of course, is going to be the side of Sheridan, right? In the previous match, we didn't get to see all too much coming through from the 4 new Hustlers, so I'm hoping to have, you know, a little bit of screen time on their end as well. Good spray down, though, coming through here from Hal as they just locked it in. But you got to be quicker than that, because EXE, they are just going to be cleaning it up. Fresno City down to a 2-piece, potentially 3 if they can get their teammate Godless back on up. But this is where Ramlal definitely needs to keep a keen eye as the rush comes through. That is Kidor trying to break down the door. Ramlal now. Oh, beautiful hit. DBS into the knees. 1 down, 2 more to go. Quickly changing over onto that M4. Is it going to work out, though? Gotta watch the door. Gotta watch the door. Gonna break right on in. Up comes the push. Oh, missed the first. Oh, no. And that is it. Done and dusted. Sentinel getting sent on their merry way. What a beautiful push, though.
You gotta feel bad for Ramlal. He just barely ran out of ammo in the DBS, didn't reload in between the 2 fights because he swapped to the M4 to try and take the long distance battle. I think he would have won it too. He had the peeker's advantage around the window, but really just didn't stick with it. And because of it goes down, that's an opportunity really missed that they're going to want back. Yeah, 2 players alive for the opponents, sure, but you could have had all 4 of them.
I mean, it was close, right? And again, it comes down to mere moments, right? Had the DBS been in hand a little while longer, there could have been 1, maybe 2 rounds in there. But, you know, it is what it is. Nice little bit of aggression that we had come through there. Another team that we also, I want to see a little bit more of course, is going to be Portage right here, right? Portage College, PB. As you can see, they are down to a 3-piece. They've got a little bit of a something up on the hill just towards the north of them. But again, not an overly contested area for them to play on through here. I actually want to see, did we have any points for them over on Vikendi?
Who?
No, we didn't have points for them, right? So they need points, right? We want to see Portage close up that gap, get themselves a few elims, even if it's placement points, right? But they still got a bit of a way to go. We still have 12 teams, so we're not in placement point territory. We still need to drop all the way down to 8 for that now then to come into working here. And of course, Dr. Doom, I think, is going to be tempting fate. This could be a beautiful bit of a switch and bait now down onto Sheridan as the rest of the team start to rotate up.
Wouldn't be surprised if Portage is kind of trying to shove themselves into a lot of these early fights because of their current position. Nice shot, but it's a fairly easy pickup there for Order. So it's really just poking and prodding between Villain and the 4 new Hustlers. But Villain's trying for that rotation. They've gotten a quick way around Yasnaya. This is the thing I was concerned about. If you're around or in Yasnaya, being shot at from a distance from multiple different directions, and that's exactly what happened. Somehow escaping back into his teammate's car. But now that one car is the subject of so much gunfire from seemingly so many different directions, and yet they still get out alive. Wow.
I mean, that was a pretty crazy play coming through from them. You got to give it up to the 4 new Hustlers, though. I said I wanted to see a little bit of something from them. They gave us a little bit of something there. Thank you so much for that. And meanwhile, we are going to be moving over on towards British Columbia Institute of Technology, aka Team Scar. They are getting ready now to poke into the side here of Portage College, Punjab, also as they're known. As you got Gabrod just up ahead. Oh, beautiful play there. Astru gets it in. 1 down. And maybe a few more to go. The confirmation not being met just yet. But things are now slowly starting to, well, I would say maybe fall apart a little bit here for Portage College.
It seems like Portage as well, just not having that same foothold that we kind of saw in the early stage of our first game. Yeah, they didn't have any kills, nor did they have any points, but it seemed like they had a little bit more behind the team. This time, just disjointed, losing way too much, way too early. Yeah, they're still in it. Yeah, there's still 12 teams left, but with 40 players, you need to start racking up some kills because, yes, one singular game can certainly set you into qualification territory, but you don't want to have to rely on that one singular game. You need to be able to at least give yourself some leeway when it gets down to Erangel, because we've seen many times over, Erangel here can be the big stepping stone for teams. Yeah, Miramar can do the same, but it's much more difficult to come by, especially when those teams are starting to dwindle in the later stage.
And I mean, especially, ooh, good flair shot there. Especially on the last match of the day, it is really difficult to get you know, that mental fortitude, that motivation to really push it. You know, it takes a special kind of person to maintain that commitment all the way through. So it's difficult, right? The sooner you start with it, the better it is, right? Game 2 out of 3 is better than game 3 out of 3. Well, in my opinion. So let's see how the players here from, well, Unreal Monopoly are going to be looking to play it out. They are, of course, going up against Conestoga, right? The squad there from Conestoga College, the Synchronic Esports team. You can see Freezer and everybody else holding up on the ridge line. Portage, yeah, down to only a 2-piece, but they are far from alone. As we can see, quite a bit of company as we have them all the way up in a little bit of that cramped situation here.
Seeing them with 2 other teams within like 200 meters of them. Yeah, they're alive, but there are 2 very angry rosters in close proximity. Watch out for that car to explode if they are hitting a car. It's either that or they're landing that on... Yeah, it was the car. It's Team TTR who gets the explosion to drop 1 of the 4 new hustlers. I think the second and the final one is behind him, but that spray shouldn't be landing. And obviously, you can see it is not landing, but it's certainly not allowing the 4 new hustlers to have any comfortable positioning. Hansen's got really good control just outside the zone. They're not too far of a walk away from it, and they're not in a position that anybody else actively wants to take. They are owning what they need.
Yeah, and of course, it's a transitional position that they are finding themselves in here, right? The teams towards that top side could potentially look to be rotating their way through here, if not play a little bit of that bumper car on the way as well. This could maybe be a little bit of a risky rotation for TTR, especially still being well in line of sight of the team that they were just firing shots at. I mean, I don't know if that's like a very bold statement to make, or you know what on earth is going on there. In the meanwhile, as we jump back up to the north here, you can see action is still ongoing. It's going to be the Rude Dudes trying to lock it down right up in smack dab center territory. Fresno City, aka EXE, knocking on the door, trying to find a bit of an opportunity here. Of course, Conestoga also going to be trying their hand as they move over on towards that western side, trying to get themselves situated. But again, right, such an unrelenting city fight that we could have here.
There are a few teams all here. It's 5 or 6 different rosters all across the street from one another and on the same city block. This is not a position on the map where I thought we'd see one of the final circles start to close on. And this is not the final circle. There's still a realistic possibility where a lot of these teams have to move later on. That's a missed nade. It'll fall to the feet of Dark. He'll want that one back. And it doesn't look like the Rude Dudes are going to be able to pick up their second player. And as I say that, they are able to pick up their second player. So Manny's a little lucky on that front. But Gunday having a fair few pieces of utility thrown in their general direction. Watch for this one from Dark. It could land onto a down player and the player trying to retrieve him. It just barely lands on this side of the wall. And Gunday will be thinking they're lucky stars because of it.
Yeah, see, if that was me right there, my screen would have cracked right on that one, because, you know, pressure. But here we go now, Dark. They're going to find the trade. Oh, Sork just narrowly managing to get out of that one. Scarface also still up. So this could be a very interesting exchange now coming through for Sinclair. But of course, at the same time, you've got to watch all the angles, right? Don't get too tunnel visioned on towards Gunday. Because as we can see up on the map, we have quite a few teams in the vicinity and everybody is going to jump at the opportunity, jump at the chance to not only get a knock in, but also sneak in a few of those cheeky eliminations.
Speaking of eliminations, there goes Sheridan. Finally, it is the 4 new Hustlers removed. And it took them a little while to get taken care of, but they kind of became a nuisance for a few teams, making sure they were involved long term and staying alive at least as long as they could. Kotri looking for shots into Team TTR on the outside of that shelter. Doesn't look like they're going to find what they're looking for. Also, maybe noting the Unreal Monopoly of Ninja down inside a tiny hut. But all these players, now it is really a final circle. You're looking at 11 teams all within, we'll say 8 of those teams all within 500 meters of one another.
I mean, I wouldn't quite call this a final zone just yet. This is maybe like late mid-game. I guess we still could potentially have more phases. So quite a bit could come through this. We're definitely not going to see all these players survive to that late stage. But TTR in the meanwhile, they're going to be looking to just flank their way on in as they push all the way over towards the western front. And they might have been able to evade one player. Oh, but look at that blind push. They're bringing in as they crash into the compounds. And there could be some free pickings coming in right then and there, of course. Well, it's going to be a Monopoly also finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. Yep, Gunday, they just sitting happy. Beautiful angle that they've got here. I don't see Ninja making it out of there in one piece, right? But who knows? Kiddo could maybe look to, well, I don't know, provide them with a bit of a helping hand here.
Kiddo was trying to be a distractor. It ended up not working. Gunday is going to get the down. And Kotri's looking for the finish, just spraying through the smoke, trying to get it. He won't be able to do so. And Kiddo goes down as well. So there goes the Unreal Monopoly. Team TTR went for a rotation of their own. They've lost one member in the process, but it's only a down for the time being. Road to Death has those same Spartans that were a nuisance to Seneca Pearl earlier become more of a nuisance to them. This is an odd position for Panjab. Nobody likes this type of building. Even less like the top floor in Panjab. I mean, honestly, placement points are what you're looking for if you can find them. They're in a decent spot to just slow things down on their own front.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategic position, I would say. A very temporary one, especially looking to the fact that TTR is just towards their west. So maybe if TTR gets a little bit restless, they could start moving up, looking to explore a little bit more. Speaking about exploring, Sook is exploring the opportunity of getting a few of those utility finishes in, but it does seem like the players there from the Rude Dudes are going to be having to make their way back into the lobby as we are now down to our final 8. EXE still holding nice and steady with Kotri and Godless, who Kotri now going to be looking to just get themselves situated a little bit further up ahead. We got Karan also down. Quick pickup coming through there from Scarface. Sook now trying to capitalize. Oh, poking out the vehicle. Oh, come on. Where will these plays go? Road to Death also out on the beach. As you can see, British Columbia IT Scar making a quick little dash, and the team tries to get themselves situated. I mean, this is going from a tough play to an even more insane position. Shift after shift. Oh, Sook getting deleted right then and there. And TTR Hansen could maybe still drive this one home. Maybe finding Scarface.
And Scarface is going to walk through a Molotov and end up going down because of it. There goes Canada West and Gunday Esports. It's TTR who picks up the final kill. They're up to 3 elims. Look at South Carolina upstate, though. The Spartans, absolute warriors in this one. They've won 2 full team fights, plus have found a few more stragglers. That is 12 eliminations for them, and we still have 6 teams remaining. And if I've done my math correctly, they've still got at least 3 of their members alive. No, make it all 4 in the exterior here of the north of Erangel. One of them just got downed and finished, as ironic as things get. Harry gets downed there for TTR, who have had a few nades thrown in their general direction. And Conestoga are trying to shut down the exteriors now on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, Conestoga, they've only been able to find themselves that 1 elimination so far. Definitely, you know, applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side here. Could bode quite well for them. Not quite sure how that is going to pan out though. As you can see, TTR is still not going to be giving up. It does seem like Fraser is going to be falling back, at least just for the time being. But you're talking about South Carolina, upstate, right? The Spartans. Now, if you asked me before the game started whether or not the Spartans can kick it, I would say, well, I don't know. We'll find out. Well, now the answer is leaning quite heavily towards yes, as they now sit on 14 eliminations. And they are seeming to find more and more momentum. But of course, they're still going to keep a very keen eye on that zone as Hansen now experiences it for firsthand as they start to move on up. Up comes Sin, just up ahead of them. Oh, Soga now could be looking to capitalize on a few cheeky angles right here. It's going to be Fraser getting dropped down as Chota comes in with a choke hold on that one. Hansen now still holding on to a 3-piece here. 5 eliminations already to their name. You can see Godless also just waiting in the wing. This could be a very sneaky play, but Harry just got to find him that beautiful angle. Quick little sneaky smoke nade up in the window, trying to flush somebody out. Instead, it is going to be Devil that gets ended there as Prince moves on up, trying to take the crown. Here we go, right? You can see it right then and there. It is going to be the Spartans now trying to cross the road. Did they look left and right? No, they didn't. Prince comes in, finds Flash. It's going to be out to Harry. Will Harry be able to get it? Going toe-to-toe here with Godless. Quick little bit of an exchange. The nade is in. The bounce is there. Well, it's blinded. Looked to be a flash nade. Beautiful headshot, though. Godless not going to be giving up, but does take quite a bit of damage. Harry just needs to follow through. Needs to find that final dip. The blue zone could definitely help them. And there we have it. It is going to be the end of the road. Harry, UMP. Now, this could be the play. Oh, look at that. Hansen gets taken on down. It is going to be the Spartans to kick it into high gear as they claim their beautiful winner chicken dinner, and doing so with a very hefty amount of eliminations to boot.
Yeah, just be prepared for the MVP and NVT to be Spartans and Spartans. The South Carolina Upstate Spartans, winner chicken dinner. It will be far and away the highest individual games point total that we have seen, both in terms of kills, placement, and in total points. They check off nearly all 3 boxes in perfect fashion. And importantly, they just dominated basically the entirety of that game. They had a great start against Seneca Pearl. They won another team fight before we got into stage 4. And as soon as we did, they just kind of circled around that north side of the map. They didn't allow any of Severny to be fully occupied by any individual team. Their only blemish on their record was a slower rotation across the street because they wanted to make sure that any team that was tunnel visioning elsewhere was kind of shut down. And it worked. Their game plan was perfect. They won their early fights. That's what they were looking for. We can see the MVP. I'll tell you it's a Spartan. I don't know which one. Yeah, it's fake Pika. 6 elims, 1,045 damage. That is not a normal amount of damage.
I'm just curious whether or not they did the whole shield wall thing, right? Because I think that would have been quite an interesting one. But what a step up though, right? Because if you look at it, in the previous match, South Carolina Upstate, aka the Spartans, had 6 points in total. Yeah. Now, one of their players picks up 6 eliminations as an individual, right? That's not even the whole squad. And of course, looking over onto our MVP, it's most likely going to be, yep, there we go. Wow. It is none other than the Spartans. 16 eliminations and 2806 with regards to the damage. So a very heavy hand being brought in, or rather, should I say, a very heavy boot being brought in here by the Spartans.
That is 26 points in an individual game. For all of you who may or may not be keeping track at home, the running total after game number 3 of our previous full series was Western at 35, St. Lawrence at 31, Coquitlam at 30, and Seneca at 28. With this game alone, it would have been a 5th place finish against a massive first semifinal. We could take a look at our leaderboard here after 2 maps of our second semifinal. And surprising absolutely nobody, it's South Carolina Upstate in the lead with 32 points through 2 games. But Hanson still right on their tail with 28 of their own. And credit to Fresno City.
I mean, Hanson very hands-on with their approach coming into the gameplay, especially in game number 2, right? So you got to appreciate that. TTR, they also showed quite a bit of that survivability all the way to the very, very end. Unfortunately for the Unreal Monopoly, the gamble wasn't working in their favor, right? So it's unfortunate to see the donuts make their way on in, but, you know, maybe they could just add a few more toppings coming into the last game and add the points on board, right? Because, yeah, we want to see at least everybody get the opportunity to lock in points. But of course, speaking about points, right? Anything from 6th place down to 16th place, right? It can all still very easily change in the next match. I mean, there's essentially 3 slots up for grabs, right?
Yeah, and if Canada West goes out early, there's possibly 4, depending on whether it's Algoma or Conestoga, maybe even Sheridan or both the Seneca rosters. This is very much still up in the air. But, I mean, the top 3 are basically locked in. They're guarantees. But Fanshawe is virtually a guarantee, and so too is Gunday from Canada West. This is still an odd semifinal, though, because they are so centralized in terms of the points. I mean, the top 4 teams have almost as many as the top 4 teams did in our previous series after 3 games. And Canada West is in that same conversation as well.
I mean, it's scary. It's scary, right? So that is the way it goes. But of course, as we know, the teams they still have 1 more additional map to go, right?
Yeah, we've got still Miramar left to play in our last semifinal. I would not be surprised if Miramar is just another shakeup, though. Don't be surprised if we see one of the Seneca rosters, even the other Fanshawe team, kind of just step up and sweep things out. Don't be surprised if the Rude Dudes or Road to Death are in that conversation as well. I feel like last semester we kind of hyped up both of those rosters when it got to the final, but they weren't able to cross that final hurdle. But they were good at keeping things low and consistent. That's what you need to qualify. And if you can get to those grand finals, 6th place and above, that's where you get the money.
Oh yes, I mean, who knows? Even maybe the 4 new hustlers could look to hustle their way into a few points coming into game number last for today. So yeah, there's only going to be one way for us to find out exactly how that is going to be. We'll have to venture up into Miramar. If any of you amazing people watching right now
2 games down, 1 more yet to go to close out our semifinals here at the 2024 Fall PUBG Mobile Campus Championships. On Time to Light, that right there is DK. And after 2 games here, DK, we've gotten a very centralized grouping of points there on the qualified side of the screen, but the scoreboard has yet to fully take its shape.
Yeah, it definitely has quite a bit of shaping left to do, and I'm curious to see how that is going to shape up as we, well, get in shape for our last match of the day. Maybe a bit too much, but who knows, whatever. It is what it is. As we've got 1 more to go, we are going to be heading all the way over into the lovely, luscious Miramar. Luscious doesn't go quite well in describing the desert, but I guess it is what it is. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have any potential hot drops come through here, right? We've not really had a lot of hot drop action in today's matches. I mean, I can understand if Vikendi is a little bit quiet because it's unpredictable with where the zone's going to be going. There wasn't a lot of contention, but we did see a little bit of that up in towards Lipovka. Early game over on Erangel, a little bit of action. 1 or 2 early few hits. But now, Miramar, I want to see a little bit of a build on that, right? I mean, might as well just go in hot, right? Get into the action. Kick the cans wide open, kick them over, do whatever you want to do. But we want to see the teams show a little bit more of that aggression, especially for the teams, as we've mentioned, that need the points, right? The opportunity is there. We know that there's at least, at the very minimum, 3 slots available because those are not 100% secure just yet. So if the teams are looking to step it up, looking to secure themselves a seat up into the grand finals, this is the time to do it. This is the final opportunity they're going to get today as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an opportunity here to at least get in the top 8. And the important aspect that we really don't bring up is you gain absolutely nothing from being first as compared to qualifying in 8th. If you qualify, and everybody's points get reset. Nobody has an advantage. I know in some of these larger tournaments and battle royales, sometimes teams that place in the upper echelon get a little bit more of an advantage, maybe 10 points, whatever it is. That's not the case, nor do we have like a redemption bracket below for the 16 teams that don't qualify. There's not an extra opportunity for them to move forward. This is the final hurdle, but this hurdle is very easily jumpable should you pick up 4 or 5 kills in a winner-winner chicken dinner. 15 points is really all that's required to try and qualify here. I mean, from averages alone after the first 2, we'd see that number round about 12 to 15, but you never know. Just get more points and you don't have to worry about trying to miss that cut by ever so much.
Yeah, I mean, especially if a team like Centennial, British Columbia, or even Portage runs into a little bit of a blockage in the first zone, right? The first phase of the game, and they, for some reason, get taken out and get sent back into the lobby, right? That opens up the opportunity for everybody behind them, right? So that being Algoma, Conestoga, we've got Sheridan, we've got Seneca A, as well as Sinclair, Kent State, and Fanshawe B. 8 teams, right? That could just sneak on up and get themselves situated. So there's quite a lot riding on this last game. And I mean, all it's going to take is for a team to just play a decent game of PUBG, right? They don't have to play an extraordinary game. They just need to play a decent game, right? Get themselves a few eliminations, get placement points, and that could be top 8. That could be qualification. That could be grand finals. And, well, then you got to pull like a whole herd of rabbits out of a hat in the grand finals. Yeah. But that's the thing for later.
It's a little weird how things have gotten to this point as well. I mean, looking at just the abject difference of how we got here after our first 2, looking at the scores alone, first game of this semifinal, we see Gunday pick up, you know, a nice quaint 15-point winner chicken dinner, 5 eliminations. They didn't have a single elim before the fact there was 5 teams alive. And then on the other side of things, a 26-point rout of half the lobby. They kill 16 people and have 3 or 4 full separate team wipes on their way to said winner chicken dinner. It's just 2 completely different scenarios where I don't know if we're going to see something on one or the other side of that spectrum, or something probably slotted right between. My prediction, you know, brainiac myself, like 8 or 9 point winner chicken dinner, and it's going to be a team that isn't actively qualified.
Ooh. All right, so okay then. I don't. Okay, so I'm just looking at the names. I'm not gonna pick a name because apparently there's some magical mystical powers that us commentators casters have when it comes to these things. So I'll just go with yes. I love to see that. Who it will be, it's going to be a surprise to all of us. So just got to wait for that moment to come on in. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be prepping ourselves now to take a quick look at where we've been with the maps for today before we get into the final map of the day itself. Right, so we started out in the snow. We thought the snow had it, like, you know, really color the terrain all nicely and whatnot. And then we turned the heater up a little bit to get us over on towards the map that we're moving into right now, which is, of course, going to be Miramar. You know that. It's on the screen. But, of course, a great opportunity for a little bit of that snipey action to come on in. We didn't actually see any sniper hits in the previous round of Miramar.
We did see one mini 14 kill. It was...
That's a DMR.
Yeah, I mean, close enough, I guess. But I think it's the only DMR kill we've seen all day. And it happened in the very early stages of Miramar. We'll see if that happens again as we kick things off into Miramar. Where goes the plane? Is this just straight south? That's what it looks like.
No, it's a little bit too plain for that.
Okay. So DK is going to take you through the rest of the broadcast. That's all from me. SMH my head.
Yeah. There we go. It came up. It's all the way up in the north, close to Oasis. As we are going to be making our way on down Los Leones, all the way on the opposite end. Again, a very centralized flight path. So, yeah, not too crazy angles, at least with this flight path that we have here. I actually want to see how this one measures up to our previous Miramar that we had for the day, because I, for the life of me, cannot quite recall exactly where that one had gone. So looking at what we've got here, if we compare this flight path with the previous one, what did we have? I mean, it's still a decent play though, right? The teams can definitely make quite a bit happen with what we've got cooking on this one right here. All right, so I'm about to see where that flight path went. Oh, actually, this looks kind of similar. The previous flight path in the previous group ended over in Impala. Started very similar to this one, almost the exact starting point. This one, of course, going right across Los Leones, pulling all the way into right the middle there of Partona and Puerto Pareso. So, yeah, the teams have a very, very good spread here. No surprise to see Portage, of course, taking a quick little position up in towards San Martin. We look over on towards TTR here. They also find themselves in some interesting angles, right? I mean, teams definitely got to be looking to spread themselves out as much as they can. Now, Hacienda del Patron, never going to be a bad spot to find yourself situated. Maybe if you have EXE with you, that's maybe not the most ideal play to make.
Yeah, what is this, like the northwest side of that, or the... No, it's just the inside of that school general warehouse area, just east of the main school buildings itself. It's odd for them. This is main area of Picado, Gunday, and Road to Death. If you're looking for a live update as to where these two teams are, Gunday is okay. They've got 19 points. I'm not going to say qualified, but they're very close. Road to Death is on the complete opposite side of the spectrum. They are in second to last place at 3 points. But in all fairness, there's a 6-point difference between 6th and 15th. So it's not like that's a massive change. This is Fresno City and Hansen TTR. These are two of the top 3 teams in a very early battle at the aforementioned Hacienda del Patron. Shub aware that one's below him, but this is just fully dominated early for Fresno City. There's no way this can be easily cleared.
Well, I'm waiting for Shub now to get this one in, because this can go one of 2 ways. Either hit or a miss. Ooh, Molly, watch out. Ooh, that was super close. Oh, cheeky smoke, though. I mean, this could be quite the distraction, but it does seem like, well, it is going to turn into a game of cat and mouse here. as TTR and EXE are going to be looking to do a little bit of that back and forth. You definitely got to watch out for the angles up in towards this warehouse here. Cut 3. This could be the angle, could be the play. Come on, come on. I want to see whether or not Shoop can actually get this shot in, or I mean, it's just them and Bath, right? That's it. That's all that's left of TTR.
And Bath is on low HP, and because of how early this fight is, there's not a lot of utility. You can see, look at the bottom of your screen, Shub has absolutely no heals and no utility. And because EXE is just better equipped, they have more players, it really doesn't matter how the rest of this fight's gonna go. You're each one shot. You could catch Ku out of position if that jump misses, but it's really not gonna matter. 24 bullets in an M4 and a jump around a corner, there's 1 kill, decent bit of damage onto said person, but again, doesn't matter. Kidu catches the kill around that same corner, and it's a full early team wipe. Fresno City has 4 openings. Now that's good for everybody who's thinking to themselves, I would love if both of those teams were eliminated early. It's bad for the players thinking to themselves, wait, I don't want Fresno City picking up some of those points.
I mean, at this point of the competition, they don't really have too much of a say in the matter, right? Because, I mean, Fresno already up in top 3, right? So they came into this game with 22 points on board. Now adding already just 4 to it. This could be quite a bit of a momentous play on their end. Canada West, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a step up in their play here as well. Because, I mean, even though they are in 5th place, I'm sure they want to add a few more points in, right? Just for bragging rights.
I mean, the combination of bragging rights and the fact that it really secures yourself. Yeah, they're mostly secured, but you don't want to leave it up to chance, especially if you get caught out. Win another team fight. You win one more team fight, you're good. You don't have to worry about that all that much. But if you get caught out here, there are a couple teams where you say 3 or 4 teams all step up in a big way, and we're having a completely different conversation as to how, whether they're in or completely out. BCIT and the villains from Fanshawe are both around that Impala side. The Rude Dudes at Puerto Preso, the Spartans south Los Leones, Minas del Valle is occupied over the north side of it by 4 new hustlers. Seneca Pearl are avoiding most people. The other Seneca rosters in El Pozo. This is a fairly spaced out lobby, apart from the villains and Scar, who are ironically leaving one another.
Well, let's see who is going to look to take control of this one here. I mean, definitely quite a few interesting angles that the teams could look to play here, right? I like this little bit of Picado. Unfortunately for Gunday, there's nobody here. Right, there's nobody to have fun with up in towards Picado. Looking at the villains, also, they were in a little bit of a potential contentious position not too long ago, and then they decided to use the luscious spaces available on this map, and things are quieting down a little bit more. I want to see what you know, phase 2, phase 3 is going to bring on in, because I mean, phase 1 is still going to take just under 4 minutes to close up until we know where phase 2 is going to be taking us. So yeah, you said this before, there could be still quite a bit that happens in these next few minutes.
I also wouldn't be surprised if a lot of teams are just realizing there are some other squads around them and trying to avoid. And there are some rosters that are just on the precipice of that top 8. Some are in the top 8. I mean, BCIT is one of those. They saw the villains and were like, absolutely not, and just left. I mean, the villains have been scary throughout this one, not only because of the name, but they're very mechanically skilled. Centennial's the same case. Portage is just inside that top 8, again, only because of placement points, but Conestoga, Sheridan, Seneca, both Seneca rosters actually, and El Goma, all in that conversation to try and drop them out.
Let's see if anybody is going to be dropping out. We have a little bit of a race on here. Let's see who's going to make it. It's going to be Jazz and Dark. Ooh, starting to fall behind a little bit. I guess this is not quite NASCAR or like a, you know, rally racing or something like that. It's not a fair fight with a monster truck in tow. But I think it's definitely going to be a decent positioning coming through here for the Root Dudes as they do take that approach coming on in. Of course, we have them There we go. Nicely revealed on the map. It was a test to see whether or not you can figure out where they were. The answer is right there on the map. Yeah, we still have a few outliers though, right? Pearls having to move up, as you can see them over on towards that far side there as well. Centennial College, who we have up in towards Ruins. Also quite a bit of a position outside of zone. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to be looking to rotate up in towards La Cobreria, or are they going to move maybe down in towards Crater Fields, or take a little bit of a wilder rotation all the way to just past Monte Nuevo.
So now I want to know how the villains and the rude dudes just kind of passed each other. There's a highway up the east coast here of Miramar, and the rude dudes went from Puerto Preso up towards Impala. Villains went from Impala down towards Puerto Preso, but slightly off the road, and they never encountered one another. And now we're seeing a completely different fight between what is more than likely going to be synchronic esports and rude dudes up near El Azahar. And there's no way the rude dudes should have just been able to swing past villains without being seen, or at least noted.
Maybe that's part of their master plan. The villains' master plan, though, obviously. I mean, the rude dudes, why would they have a master plan? They're not villains, right? Speaking of villains, though, the rude dudes, their plan is to, I don't know, play flip-flops with their vehicles, as we could see them going on a bit of a roll over there. It's an interesting one, indeed. In the meanwhile, Unreal Monopoly, they are going to be pulling up here into Hacienda del Patron. So, again, a nice transitional position, I would say. Curious to see where Stage 2 is going to go. I mean, this is definitely not a place that you want to hold on for too long, because, you know, once teams start rushing on in, you got to climb roofs, and that also puts you in a bit of a vulnerable angle, again, depending on where the opposing teams are pushing in from.
So with so many teams just so spaced out, I mean, Stage 1 is just now closing. Congratulations, everybody. You've made it through the first 11 minutes or so of this game. But we're down to still 15 teams, 60 players remaining of those 15. Now, at this same point in our previous game, for all of you who may or may not be wondering, when Stage 1 had fully closed, we were at the point of, if I'm doing my math correctly, give me a second here. Stage 1 had fully closed, and we were down to 14 teams and 50 remaining. So we had one less team and 10 less players. Back on Erangel. I don't know what it was on Miramar. I'm not going to check. It really doesn't matter. But seeing so many players actively here and so many different points of interest, all actively available to so many different squads, is scary, considering I feel like there's just going to be a flurry of 3 or 4 teams dying once we hit Stage 3.
I mean, that's almost a guarantee, right?
Yeah.
That's if that's if their phones don't run out of juice before we get to there.
Yeah, right.
Because it seems like the zones on Miramar, they are taking their sweet time today. But you know, that's part of what makes Miramar fun, I guess. Yeah, it's an interesting spread here. At least we've said goodbye to another player. Cynthia picking up a quick cheeky trade there. Ooh, look at that! Look at that! Is gonna be Devil getting sent back home as British Columbia, aka Scar, makes swift work there of them. So yeah, I mean, Stage 2 seems like the team's definitely starting to pick up a little bit of the momentum here. Of course, you know, a lot of that exploration happening across the map, and teams starting to get themselves a little bit more mobilized. I say that, and then Dole crashes into the side of the building.
It's a skill. Driving is a skill. Yeah. But, I mean, BCIT is another one of those rosters where we're looking at them saying, hey, how much can you pick up in a game like this? Yeah, they're in 8th, they're sitting in 7th with 8 points right now, but their position isn't guaranteed. The teams to look out for, by the way, are all of them other than Gunday, the Fanshawe Villains roster, Fresno City, Hanson because they're already dead, and South Carolina Upstate. Because all of those previous rosters, all of them other than the ones I mentioned, are within 10 points right now of qualifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've seen one of the teams already starting to get the ball rolling a slight A slight little bit, right? St. Clair coming into the game or this match sitting in 14th position. Now with 1 point on board, they are essentially tied for 10th. Right, so that could potentially be like a 4 or 5 slot jump just in one go. If they find another Elam, that is them then all the way up into tied for 8th place. So it's quite scary how quickly it changes, right? Just 2 points get you from 14th to potentially 8th place.
It's very scary. I don't know how these teams are so close to one another and how they've stayed consistently neck and neck. And it's mostly attributed to the dominance of the top line. All right, credit where credit is due. It's those 5 teams really just showing how monopolistic they can get with the points. Ironic, considering there's a team named Unreal Monopoly. It's the Fanshawe B roster, by the way.
I thought you were going to do the whole, you know, Stitch incoming thing.
The what?
No, the whole Monopoly thing. I thought you were going to, you know, draw the one into the other and then say it's Unreal and then blah, blah, blah. It would have been, I would have been up in tears. Would have been so proud. Anyway, speaking about being proud, the teams are going to be proud of their position in zone. We've only got 3 teams that are currently just looking in onto that zone. It is going to be Gunday as well as Pearl. And then, of course, the players that we've got all the way up in the north. That is going to be Centennial College from, called Arctic Talent. Meanwhile, Fresno City, they are our leaders when it comes to aggression, at least so far at this point, right? 15 minutes in to stage number 2. We're about to see where stage number 3 is going to be taking us, and this is where teams are going to be looking to up the ante, up the points, up the aggression, up everything. And if all else fails, just go up in arms and say, well, we tried.
I mean, it's a lot of teams who just have to either A, find the placement points, because placement points could be the deciding factor here, or B, could just be looking for kills. Don't be surprised if as soon as a couple fights kick off, a bunch of teams just start to say, wait, mine, 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 mine. It's going to be Nemo all over again with all the seagulls looking for the small fish. And you can't blame them, because those individual kill points could be the difference between qualifying and having a shot at $6,000 or not qualifying and having no shot at any money whatsoever.
Yeah, you know what would have made that whole seagull thing even better if there was a player here whose player name, right, is Steven. That would have been amazing. I would have been having an absolute ball at this point of the competition. But speaking about balls, we are going to be rolling all the way over towards that eastern side of the zone as we move just north of Minas Generales. Oh, Prince kicking us off with a little bit of action over on towards the western front. As you can see, Bunk all the way from Pearl now starting to pull on in. But it does seem like Kent State, Road to Death, are currently surrounded. Right, we've got Pearl moving up from all directions. We got Batman also over here on the side. It is going to be 33k. What will happen? Will we see them maybe secure a bit of a hit, a bit of a play, a bit of a something?
Say it's certainly possible, but Road to Death aren't really showing themselves here. They're trying to bait somebody in, maybe see if Seneca want this position, and it can just jump on them as soon as they swap in. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Seneca will go running a different direction. Seneca Pearl, by the way, just headed elsewhere. That's the one big problem with rotating. It's trying to find compounds that are fortuitous enough to want to occupy, but not enough for other teams to already be occupied, because you just don't want to jump into a team that's already posted up.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in saying that. But I've got another question for you while we're waiting for stuff to happen, right? If Pearl gatekeeps Kent, can we classify that then as the pearly gates?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Cool.
Yep.
Right.
I'll
1,000%
down. Especially considering, I mean, earlier on, we had a team named Signed to God.
Yes.
So just find another one, name them St. Peter, and have them play against Seneca Pearl, and have them be gatekept. And it would ironically be St. Peter gatekept by Seneca Pearl at the Pearl gates.
Yeah.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah, and we need Steven in here as well, right? Seeing that you said all the seagulls are coming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would name my seagull if I ever had one. I would name it Steven.
Any particular reason apart from
Steven Seagull.
Steven Seagal?
Exactly.
He's a funny
Anyway.
man. He's a funny man. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm very happy right now. As you can hear the enthusiasm in my voice. Super amped up. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be Portage rolling up ahead, just making their way out of the lovely... I think it was, what was it, San Martin? No, that's not San Martin. San Martin is behind them. Well, there's another city just over onto the side there that they've just rolled on out of. Ooh, but they've rolled into Pearl. So the Pearly Gates now coming into action. As you can see, the shot starting to connect and up. Here we go, Flexi. Hitting some hits on in. Ooh, this could be a very tough play actually now here for Portage, right? Because they try to evade the side there of Pearl, and instead they could be rolling right up into the side here of Road to Death.
There are a few individual teams where, I mean, Road to Death here has been dropped by Gunday. That's Batman. I can't do the voice. Slick passing as well as you can. I can fully talk in the voice, but that's probably. It feels like Road to Death are just kind of in the middle of a rock, a hard place, and a few very well-mannered teams who are just kind of shutting them down. There's no real escape plan immediately available to them, and that's my main concern. If they don't have an escape plan with the zone not being drawn immediately to them, that could be a problem.
Yeah, I think you need to have that the strategic out, right? Figuring out a way how to get yourself the heck out of Dodge if the problems were to find their way on through. Speaking about Dodge, though, Seneca, just straight up Seneca, is going to be one of those teams that we are going to be looking at as well, right? This, of course, being Frostbite. So, yeah, they are... I mean, they've not done bad. They've not done poorly, right? They found themselves one placement point throughout the previous games. They got to definitely keep that flow going, right? They just also need a little handful of points to get themselves up into contention. Centennial here also going to be one of those teams that already started the game off over on the left-hand side. Sat all the way up in 6th position. But as we said before, it is not secured just yet. So they're going to have to let everything out, like making monster trucks go boom to try and secure themselves a few additional points.
Making monster trucks go boom. I feel like that's a very accurate way of putting how to shut down an armored convoy. It's synchronic, dropping down one of Seneca Pearl, and more individuals start to fall away. Of the 15 teams actively alive, up to now 9 of them have kills in this game. And we're starting to get to the point where more and more teams will start to drop off. Rude Dudes have kind of isolated EXE. A nade was thrown behind, but they want to try and dump one in if they can find the timing for it. How fortuitous will that nade be? It finds damage onto 2, but nothing lethal. And one lands just above Dark. He doesn't want to try and play this position anymore. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Cooking another nade. He's got 2 more.
Yeah. And we got Unreal Monopoly also now. Well, trying to get the monopoly on this whole situation is we got 2 knocks coming in. You can see Ninja and the rest of the team trying to steal away. The utilities now starting to fly on through. It seems like it is going to be absolute carnage. 3 teams now contesting for points. Oh, what a rush. Oh, Dark. Doesn't even knock, just rushes right on in. Serves you right. Were you not taught any manners? You always got to knock before you run in a door. Let's see whether or not Chopper is going to be able to get anything to work here. We do have Alpha there as well, so quite a bit of pressure still riding on their shoulders. You can see Minato also there from the Rude Dudes holding nice and steady down below. I mean, this is just like a serious case of chain fighting, right? Rude Dudes, Monopoly over here. We've got EXE just over in the warehouse. I mean, this could be Chopper's opportunity now to sneak in a few cheeky plays here.
Also looking at this from the position of Rude Dudes, where Rude Dudes are still involved, but they need more and more points. Gunday being eliminated is massive for so many teams because they'll have less and less opportunities to steal the kills that teams lower on the leaderboard need to be able to qualify. but that also means those kills are equally available to the other squads they're actively fighting against. It's a real 50-50, given how fortuitous it may be. The other Seneca roster, this one a little bit further down the leaderboard as of right now, but they're not guaranteed to stick around. If they can find the finishes, they're in a great spot. The problem is they're still on the off chance, or on the off side of this mountain, but it doesn't seem like Road to Death want to go down that aforementioned road to death.
I mean, Jason knows better, right? So yeah, they're not gonna risk it all unnecessarily. In the meanwhile, it's still gonna be Monopoly, Unreal Monopoly, looking to play a bit of an upset here. Still just knocking on the doors. I like this approach. It is gonna be Alpha and the rest of the crew. They've all been brought back on their feet. And, well, they do lose Chopra in the process. He's for now getting knocked on out as Keto does follow suit as well. The Rude Dude still looking very, very comfortable at this point in the whole play. Cheeky rush though. Look at that. Fresno City coming out with a big yikes. They rush on out, but it's not over just yet. Rude Dudes, yeah, they're going to look to follow through. It's going to be up to Sanjad. Oh, they're going to be able to peer through the window there. Nice bit of possession that they have here. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Who will get it? I like this. Door open, door closed. Who's going to get it though? He just needs that one. Cheeky poke in, got this, runs on out. Down he goes. The revenge play comes through. 1v1. Ooh, 2v1 in fact. Could just be the clutch up now for the Rude Dudes. They are down to very low HP. There's going to be Jazz. Jazz super low. Not quite convinced that they are going to be able to make it. Yep, and there's the confirmation. Fresno City gets the dub, and they hit them double-digit elims.
I didn't see what St. Clair had in terms of kills, but they may not have enough to make it through. Of the teams remaining, Kent State can still play for some placement points. The drop down of Synchronic is massive for those still searching for those, but Seneca is involved, Portage, who was 8th, British Columbia Institute of Technology, who was 7th, already has 7 points, plus whatever placement they can find. Those two teams are a basic guarantee to make it, but Fanshawe A is now involved once more and looking to try and turn things back around for the entire school, because they weren't able to pick up an easy qualification back to their Dark Esports roster. Villain, losing one, yeah, but I mean, you're okay if you're Fanshawe. You're just trying to play spoiler.
I mean, looking at what we've got right here, it does seem like at least Seneca and, of course, Kent are looking to pack their bags and to make their way over onto the left-hand side of the standings. But it is going to be reliant on quite a few things. It's going to be dependent on quite a few performances here. As you can see now, Fresno, Fanshawe, as well as the players coming through from, I believe that is Portage, right? They are defending the left side of the standings. Right, the other two teams, Seneca and Kent, they are trying to breach. They're trying to get themselves over onto the left-hand side, right? They're running away from the right. Yeah. And, well, that's right, because that's what they want to do. So, yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting play. I got to give it up to Fresno, though. 12 eliminations already, and there's still quite a few up for grabs here. I think this is going to be a very, very exciting play for Fresno.
So it'll be between Seneca, Kent State, and maybe the aforementioned St. Clair roster, depending on what their kill total was. But it's really up to how well Kent State can play at the end of this. They need to win this fight against the Villains if they want to have any shot at qualifying. They've built up a fair few placement points thus far, but it's really the kill points that will be an impactful part of this. DBS around a care package, a drive-by for one, swinging by for a second with the boogie, and it's really just down to Prince in what is virtually a 1 versus 3. He'll find damage, but nothing further. Seneca will be dropped out at the exact same time, but at 1 place lower than Kent State. The question now, is the Kent State placement enough to put them in alone? And I think the guaranteed answer is an absolute no. Portage will defend, British Columbia IT will do the same. I mean, apart from maybe that Seneca roster that just fell, I think I already know who our top 8 is.
I mean, Conestoga, they are also still in a position where they're going to be looking to make their play, right? Everybody else that's here started the game off on the left side of the screen. Conestoga.
Dead.
No, Conestoga's still there. But according to what we see on screen, ooh, Portage with a bit of shortage of HP on that one. Down to the final 2. All right, here we go now. All right, so it's been updated. Okay.
Yeah.
We have it right here. It's going to be the Villains versus Fresno. EXE. I mean, we saw why the Villains are called the Villains, right? Because they just rushed up, they cleaned house, and they were like, thanks for coming. Better luck next time. So we'll find out just how much luck was involved in this pretty soon. But first, we got to get to the end of the match. Oh, nice one there. It is, I think, maybe a 1v2 now. Push to the end.
Hey, this is coming down to individuals. Godless ringing around the Rosie against the Villains, finds damage onto one, and he doesn't have the vision against Dr. Doom, so he's in a pretty good spot if he rushes this. Wants to try and take out the timing, and he does. Low ammo inside the UFC, will more than likely have to swap, and he does for the win. Fresno City come in and sweep out double-digit kills like we saw in our previous game. And the winner chicken dinner will go to Fresno City on Miramar. What a finish to our final semifinal.
I mean, that was a very impressive play coming through there from Fresno. Quite a cheeky way to close it up. It was a 2v2 turned to 2v1. And, well, yeah, I mean, as we saw there, right? Fresno was able to hold their own, even though the numbers were kind of stacked against them. But what a phenomenal performance. And of course, quite a bit of action all the way to the very end of this day, right? I mean, 6 games done and dusted. 8 teams from each group are going to be making their way on through. But before we get there, we've got to take a look and see who did the most in this last game. Who's going to be our MVP?
I gotta say, Godless with 7 elims, that's cool, but 1221 damage as an individual, I think is the highest individual damage number we've seen today. That number should not happen. That's a team number that is average, not an individual number that's supposed to come through. You're not supposed to have that much damage.
Yeah, but see, so Godless executed things, right? Executed strategies out on the battlefield and got it 1-to-1, right? The ratio is amazing. Love it.
Well, he picks up the 7 elims and 1221 in damage. Let's see the most valuable team. I think we can sleuth this one out. Process elimination plus a winner chicken dinner should tell you this one alone. Most valuable team, surprising nobody, should go to Fresno City. And wow, it does indeed. We've got a new total in terms of individual team eliminations per game, plus the damage per game as well. They just barely are able to drop out on South Carolina Spartans for the elims, but they somehow lose out on damage by almost 270.
I mean, what's scary when you look at the number of eliminations that they've got right there, Fresno City in one match got the equivalent of Hansen in the previous 2 matches combined.
Yeah.
Right, that's insane. I mean, Fresno getting 4 more points than what they had coming into this game, right? So it's 13 eliminations in the previous 2 games. Now they got 17 in the last one. So that puts them on a very comfortable 30 eliminations, right? But of course, speaking about which, we got to look at a few more things as well. So let's hop straight into it. It's going to be the leaderboard to see where the teams find themselves. And there we have it, 30 eliminations, as Fresno City are sitting quite comfortably up in pole position, 49 points on board. All of that out of 3 games.
49 points, 30 elims. I mean, those averages alone are scary. That's just about 10 eliminations per game, plus 6 placement points per game. That's basically an average of 2nd place plus 10 kills. That's just not supposed to happen. Fanshaw's right behind them, an average of 4 placement points per game, or like 4th place, plus 9 kills per game. South Carolina Upstate didn't have to do all that much in that game, so, I mean, they decided not to. And Hansen just kind of got shut down early, courtesy of the aforementioned Fresno City. It was a quick Miramar, and Fresno City took full advantage of it.
Yeah, another thing that we see is also that there's no change between left and right.
Yeah.
The order on the left changed, and that's it, right? Centennial, they won 6th. They are now down in 8th place. Portage and British Columbia both moved up. Canada West still exactly where they were. Fanshawe, they were in 4th, now up in 2nd. South Carolina, of course, they were up in 1st position. Now they just swapped places with Fresno. Oh, on the left-hand side, though, yeah, Fanshawe, they were able to secure themselves an additional point. Fanshawe B, as we saw, right? They got that elimination on board. Algoma, all the way from 9th to 15th in one swoop. Sheridan also not making much more progress in comparison to what we would have hoped to potentially maybe see come through from their end. But as we know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Stuff happens, and you know, teams, they come out here, they try. They definitely do try, and you know, some days it's just a little bit more challenging than you thought it would be.
Especially when you have teams like Fresno City stealing all the frickin' kills in Game 3. I mean, what is that? 17 elims. Imagine those 17 elims were slightly dispersed between the 2 Seneca rosters in Conestoga. All 3 of those teams would have qualified. That is wild to think about. An individual team can just change the course of not only map 3, but the series outcome itself. And it wouldn't have changed much for Fresno City. I mean, some of those eliminations, they still would have qualified. Maybe it would have been in 2nd or 3rd rather than anything else. But a massive closeout in Miramar. And I gotta say, DK, an unexpected one.
Yeah, I was definitely not seeing Fresno popping off like that. That was a pretty crazy clutch coming through there. Yes, we got to give them a round of applause. I know it's corny, but whatever. Right, yeah. Round of applause. I did it. They got it. Well done. Yeah, but I got to say, though, quite a bit of a contrast between Lobby A, Lobby B, right? Lobby A was, I would say, a lot more shared approach between how the teams were shifting back and forth throughout the games. Lobby B coming in, once we hit game 2, it was pretty much solidified, right? The teams that made it. The other teams, they tried, but unfortunately the teams on the left-hand side, they just said, no thanks, good luck though, we'll see you next season, you know, we'll find you in the qualifiers somewhere again. But that's it, right? And it just shows you the confidence and the competency of these teams, right? The fact that it is so locked, right? Like, you can try as much as you like. If you didn't find the momentum coming out of the gate, it becomes increasingly more challenging to do so later in the day or later in the proceedings. So yeah, I definitely, we did see a few interesting strategies, a few interesting plays coming through from the teams. But of course, that means now that we've got 8 teams from either group. Yep. Now that's going to be meeting up in Fortnite, not the game, in 2 weeks, right? To show us what they can do in the finals.
Yeah, one scary stat for you before I stop talking about numbers here on our broadcast. Fresno City College in the 3 qualifiers had a total of 52 points. In 3 maps here in our second semifinal, they had 49 points to cap off a first place win and a spot in the grand finals. You said it, our top 8 from either group will meet in the grand finals in a fortnight's time. 14 days, November 2nd and November 3rd. We'll play 3 maps a day and see if we can cap off 2 teams headed to the PMSL and $6,000 to the winner. 4 for second place, 3 for third, 1 for fourth, and 5th and 6th get to split $1,000 between them. I've been Time to Light. That right there has been DK. As said earlier, a massive appreciation to our production team running things in the background, allowing us to bring you these broadcasts, and they're not done. We'll see you in 2 weeks for the finals here at the PUBG Mobile Campus Championships.